Hello, everyone. Ooga booga. Oh, dude. What is even going on here? I'm having a sleepy tired. Holy fuck. Ugh. I just did some training and cardio and I ate, and man, does that make me want to just take a nap. Well, tonight's gonna be a sleep stream. Just donate the N-word over and over again while I'm asleep. Not exactly being serious, but oh fuck. I'm gonna have to have some stimulation to get me going. Gonna have to react to some Riley Reid videos. Alright, let's see this faggot shit.
That was the biggest 0 to 100. No warm up.
I'm really worried he's gonna be injured. I think this is not a good situation.
For long shoots like this, if this would be outside, I do get burned.
Okay, Brownie, we need to up your game on the skincare. That is so painful. You guys, I hope you feel them. It is excruciating. Hey friends, this is Brian Johnson. Today I'm going to review Brownie's video on how he measured everything about his body. If you don't know who Brownie is, he's a creator with over 10 million subscribers on YouTube with a focus on health and wellness. He's also a friend, and in his own words, he said making the video
Let me guess. It's Mr. Beast, but fitness content. Is he one of... Yeah, he's one of those cocksuckers. Oh, fuck.
Will you ever go back to being bloated? And will you pursue a 455 to 500 pounds bench?
In all likelihood, I'm probably gonna bench somewhere between 450 to 500 because I'm going on steroids. Like, there's a good chance that I'll just end up doing that incidentally. Because I'm going on gear. So, but, no. I'm never gonna gain anywhere close to that level of body fat again. So it's gonna be main gaining from here on out, and it's gonna be much easier because of the steroids I'm gonna be taking. Thanks for the donation though, doo-doo. So this is what I need to do to become a millionaire. Make dumb shit, fuckface, retard, bullshit, garbage content for dumb, like, 15-year-old fuckwit, ADHD-riddled brain, asshole fucking kids. Who's stronger, a U.S. Marine or a fitness influencer? Who cares? He can shoot your fucking face off from 500 yards. The fuck does it matter how strong he is? He has a fucking what are they using now? They're replacing the M4 with a SIG Spear? Fuck you. I found a man who lives like Aquaman. Oh, what's this stupid shit? Oh, he swims. Okay, that's nice. I don't fucking care. I transformed a streamer for his wedding. Oh, I told him to, like, stop eating like shit and exercising. Oh, wow, he lost 30 pounds. Great fucking job. Nobody cares. $0 versus $10,000 fucking routine? Suck my dick. I just spent $1,000 ordering steroids off the fucking internet. How about we compare 0 steroids to $1,000 worth of steroids? Fuck you, asshole. I fucking hate these pricks. Like, dear God, this is what we have to do now. I have to make horseshit fucking content like this if I actually want to make money. You know, at least making videos, I'm sure, like, you know, the e-begging thing will pay itself. Donate, everybody, $50 for me to goon off stream. I'll draw a picture of me fucking your mom for $5. You know, that'll make me money for a while, but, like, I mean, if I want to make money making videos, I'm sorry. I don't know if I'm ever gonna, like, you know, stoop to that level, but if I do, I apologize ahead of time. I had no choice. You know, I love all of you, but if you want to make the money, you have to entertain the fucking retards who actually use YouTube. Ugh. Oh, crap.
We're about to watch turned out to be...
When do you plan on taking gear? And is it testosterone? Also, the rage you're doing right now is fucking hilarious.
I'm going to be taking testosterone and growth hormone. Basically within the next few days, like probably latest like a week from now, something like that. It should arrive within the next couple days. I just ordered it today, and I just want to schedule blood work beforehand just to see what my levels are before I take anything. I don't even know if it really matters. Like, I'm gonna have to call them and see how the stupid thing is set up. I live in Canada where, you know, things are stupid in some ways. So I'm not sure how regularly I can actually even get blood work through OHIP, which is the, you know, provincial healthcare system. So I don't know if I'd use up, you know, one of my you can get this done tests if I do a test now and then try to get more blood work like a month from now or something. But, yeah, testosterone growth hormone. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan. Anonymous donated $2. React to this stupid shit.
Thing. I just saw on TV today.
China's first AI-only hospital is here. No humans needed. Buddy, China gets 10-year-old fucking children to assemble iPhones. If they could run hospitals with just AI, do you think they'd be using, like, literal fucking slave labor in any factories? These people are just fucked-hearted.
The hospital in China that's completely run by AI. There's no real people, no real nurses, no real doctors. The whole hospital is run by AI only. This is getting to be too much.
Okay, if China has a hospital that's run by AI, I can tell you what it is. It would be a fucking, like, one of those things like ChatGPT, you know? And it'll just tell you to take Benadryl. I just got shot by the Chinese gangsters. I'm bleeding to death. Help! Take Benadryl. That's all it is. Like again, like, China was not able to, like, even make ballpoint pens, a lot of people don't know this, but their manufacturing technology is really bad. They literally could not make ballpoint pens until a few years ago. They literally cannot make internal combustion engine cars that run for more than a few weeks without problems. Like, they literally do not understand like what type of metals you need to use, for certain like applications. They don't understand that certain metals on top of other metals like causes like really severe erosion, like rust and stuff, and like chemical reactions. They're not good with manufacturing tolerances. That's why any engine made by the Chinese is like just fucking terrible, and they can only really make electric cars, and even then they suck at it. They can't meet DOT standards. Like, the idea that they could have an actual hospital, and I mean a real hospital, not just some like voice prompt thing that's just going to tell you to take Benadryl no matter what. You have to be fucking retarded. Like, unless the Chinese invent a time machine 1,000 years from now and then go back in time and then like teach people in China how to make a hospital with AI, unless that's going on, like, how stupid can you be?
They said the accuracy of these AI doctors far surpass the best doctors anywhere in the world. And I wonder if it's because they have at the touch of their fingertips all the information, anything ever done, and it's all right there because everything's online basically. But how do you run a hospital with no people? And they said they can treat up to like 10,000 patients like in a week. They're just putting them through like cordwood, just one after another, after another, after another. Pretty soon, what are we going to have left? Are we going to have people running anything anymore? Are we going to have people running factories? We're going to have AI firemen, AI gas stations, AI grocery stores, AI presidents. Maybe the sky's the limit. But I never heard.
We'll have AI toilet paper that will wipe your ass for you and won't leave any residue. Fucking moron.
Really thought AI.
Fucking idiot can't even wipe his ass properly and needs AI toilet paper because he's a fucking idiot.
Hospital is even possible, but if you get a chance to look it up, it's in China, all run by AI. Fucking world's getting crazy.
So for everyone who thinks that AI is not going to have a significant impact on the medical system in the future, this should be your
Stupid boy complaining about hunting with a fishing shirt. Hypocritical ass people Lamau.
I want to know why you want to kill deer.
Because I eat them.
I've already seen this clip. It's really, really old. This has got to be like what? So this is a repost. I think the original video is from like at least 5 years ago. But yeah, I've seen it. Thanks for the donation, BB Netanyahu.
proof that things are changing rapidly. I mean, come on. China now, of course, is going to be having the first AI-powered hospital. AI doctors, AI nurses, and AI reception, the whole thing is going to be powered by AI, and humans are not going to be needed. So this article reads, a groundbreaking virtual healthcare platform powered by artificial intelligence is set to go public in China next year, according to a report from Healthcare IT News. Now, next year being this year, because this article
It's gonna tell everybody to fucking take Benadryl. Like, it's just stupid. It's just so goddamn stupid.
When I got my blood work done through OHIP, I had to pay for a testosterone test.
I'm not getting, blood work through OHIP. Yeah. Because why would your hormones ever need to be on a standard blood work panel? It's not like they matter or anything, you know? The things that make your body function properly?
Has anyone made any stupid-ass videos about that vegan teacher? Are you still her Black Knight in shining armor?
Kind of, like, I'm done. I am fully retired reacting to anybody talking shit about that vegan teacher. None of these people are serious, and the only reason they react to her is just for clickbait, you know, brain rot content. Like, none of them care. They say the stupidest shit. They all literally say the same fucking thing. I'm done. So if anybody makes a video on that vegan teacher, I'm not going to react. I don't care. It's all the same stupid shit, and these just aren't serious people. But thanks for the donation, Dorian. Fuck. That's great. You got me. That was clever. Fucking asshole.
Article is from December of 2024. The project represents the first known autonomous and self-evolving virtual hospital concept in the world. Researchers involved in the project emphasized the platform's efficiency, noting that an AI doctor can manage tens of thousands of cases in just a few days, equivalent to years of experience for a human physician. People are not going to be able
Yeah, this is just a dumb shit. You know, fucktard channel. Yeah, so having people go into a room where they talk with a chatbot and the chatbot just tells them to take some random drug, that's not healthcare. So, if that impresses you, are these the same types of people who are like, oh my god, the light turns on its own when you clap? Whoa, we're living in the future. I don't even have to fucking get up to turn the lights off anymore. Wow. Like these are the same retards that are just impressed by light bulbs. Dongle Delk 800 donated $2.
Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle are being accused of promoting eugenics in this new ad.
Jeans are passed down.
Yeah, I've seen this bullshit. If they made the same advertisement, but with a black woman, and she said the exact same thing, like, nobody would be saying anything. The only reason anybody is tying this to eugenics is because she's white. That's it. And you'll also notice the only people who are complaining about this are women or gay dudes. Nobody... I have not seen any real human beings complaining about this. You know. So, who cares? It's just dumb people whining. Thanks for the donation, Dongle.
One of the hardest weeks of his life. I'm really happy someone finally understands what I go through every single day. Let's see what he's done to measure his body.
I will find out by testing how old my heart is, measure my exact body fat percentage, see how strong I am, how my body responds to heat and heights, and even test on cancer.
I think I'm pretty healthy. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I eat healthy, and I exercise every single day.
But
I think my poor memory might be related to me not having many emotions, and apparently when you feel emotions when hearing something you can better remember it. Seems to be a common issue for sociopaths. What about you?
I think you remember things when you care about shit. You know, like if you go to school And then you have to memorize, like you go to chemistry class, and then you have to remember some, like, stupid fucking bullshit about a carbon atom or something. Like, if you just don't care, you're not gonna remember it. But if something interests you, you're gonna remember it. You know, like, how big a girl's tits are, whether you could see her nipples through her shirt, how much cleavage was showing, you know, shape of her ass, whether or not she sounded like a bitch. Like, you know, if you're interested in women, you're probably gonna, like, remember those sorts of things. But if she starts yapping about, like, some chick she hates at her job, you're not gonna fucking care. You're not gonna remember. Like, it's just the way it is. I don't think you necessarily need to feel, you know, like, happy or sad or something and related to an incident. It's just whether or not you're interested. So if you're just not interested, you're not going to remember. I remember, you know, pretty much anything that I'm actually interested in. But, you know, there's just a lot of random crap that I don't really have an interest in, doesn't matter to me. So, like, your brain kind of automatically tosses that information out. But thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi. Appreciate it.
Do you have a favorite city? What's one city or part of the world you haven't been to but want to if you could travel effortlessly? If you could design a city, in what way would you do it? Montreal is my favorite city in Canada.
Montreal sucks. Yeah, Montreal just sucks. It's basically like a shittier version of Toronto with worse traffic, and everyone's an even bigger asshole. And the shopping isn't even as good. So, and the women there are also generally not... Like, the good thing with Toronto... Not only are there tons of hot girls, but you have, like, every fucking variety you could possibly want. Like, there's hot-ass white girls, there's hot-ass, like, foreign girls, there's hot-ass black girls, hot-ass Asian girls. With Quebec, because of their weird immigration policies and everybody speaks French and shit, it's basically all inbred, retarded francophones. So, and they're absolute cunts. They deliberately act like dickheads to you because they know you speak English. So, people from Quebec are, like, genuine assholes. It's hard to describe until you actually experience it for yourself, but like, the French are genuine assholes, and they think they're better than you because they have some stupid fucking language that's unnecessarily complicated with masculine and feminine nouns. And even if you try to speak French and you fuck up in some way, like you say le rather than la, je ne sais quoi, pardon, je ne pas understand what you're saying. Like, they'll just fuck with you, even when you're trying. And what's really fucked up too is, even if you're very fluent in French, I've had this happen to a friend of mine. For whatever reason, in school across the country, they will teach you the France dialect of French. So people in Quebec speak a different dialect of French, so they pronounce certain words a little differently. They'll pick up on you not being a natural French speaker and being taught how to speak French, you know, in Ontario or something. And even if you speak perfectly fluent French, they will still pull that bullshit on you where, qu'est-ce que c'est? I don't understand. What does this mean? 69? They're just assholes. They will fuck with you every opportunity they get because they're just dickheads. So yeah, I don't know why you like Montreal. Fuck Montreal. Toronto's pretty cool. When I lived in Belgium, I really liked Antwerp. Leuven in Belgium is really fucking beautiful. That's a really beautiful city. I didn't get an opportunity to visit Bruges, but I've heard Bruges is pretty nice in Belgium. I do want to visit like Tokyo, and some other cities. There's a few that people recommend. So Tokyo, I think Shinjuku. There's a few others. Thanks for the donation, though, Sokia. Wait, who fucking... Username. W donated $2. I'm not surprised a Christian can be this dumb. I tried arguing with the guy in the comments. Really wish the guy would debate you or someone informed on the topic. Don't expect you to read. Yeah, I'm not reading this. Why are so many American Christians silent or directly complicit in the fact that Israel also murders Christians? Okay. Yes, thank you for your input, Henry Ford's great-grandson. Yeah, you know that dipshit read The International Jew and believed it. Who cares? These people are just psychos. Like, they're just... Don't bother. Don't waste your time. You could be, like, jerking off. You could be taking a shit. You could be pissing outside. Like, playing video games. Getting a hand job at a massage parlor. You could be doing so many more productive things than arguing with these delusional anti-Semitic fucktards. Nothing you tell them, nothing you say, no evidence you provide will ever change their mind because they're delusional anti-Semitic fucktards. It's like arguing with a flat earther. What do you expect to accomplish? They're retarded. You can't do anything. They're just retarded. Like, are you gonna walk into, you know, one of those special schools for, like, dumb kids and, like, teach them how to play basketball and then, like, explain to them that you can't double dribble? Like you can't. They'll never be able to understand. They're just stupid. So, like, again, don't waste your time. I know, like, I've been there, done that. I've spent way too much time arguing with people in the comment section and shit. Just don't waste your time. It's a losing battle. They're professional idiots. They're always going to outdo you. And you just can't win. Like, it's like playing basketball against LeBron James. Only LeBron James is a fucking idiot. And you have to convince them of, you know, something that makes sense. Like, it's just never going to happen. Thanks for the donation, though, W.
I came to the realization that I care more about the thought of having sex and or being in love than actually pursuing it. Whenever I meet a woman and or have sex, I just lose interest, and even when fucking I kinda feel indifferent towards the person.
Well, there is likely two reasons for that. One is you just haven't met the right person. I definitely have had that experience several times before meeting Jasmine. But things changed when I met Jasmine. So if you... It just may take a lot more for you to actually feel emotionally attached and, you know, get the kind of benefit you're looking for from somebody. Like, you know, most people, they're probably a bit dumber, and because they're dumber, like, they're just more easily entertained by things. So, like, if you put on Demon Slayer, you know, an idiot is gonna just enjoy Demon Slayer. Pretty colors. Ooh, that guy did a special attack thing. Oh, this is a great anime. But, you know, if you're smart, you're gonna think Demon Slayer sucks and not really think anything of it, and you're gonna have to watch, like, Death Note or Berserk or something. So, like, relationships are probably a lot the same way, where a lot of people, like, just more easily get entertained by the idea of romance, and, you know, they could meet a much wider range of people, feel more from them because, like, it's just like the anime example. Like, they just don't need as much to kind of fall in love and get an emotional connection. So if you're a bit of a smarter person, you just may need somebody that's, like, on a higher level to, you know, get that, you know, out of the situation. And, yeah, another reason might just be that, you know, maybe it's not your thing. Like, you just don't have that bone in your body where you, feel deep emotional connections like other people do, and, you know, could be the case. There are those people, but, you know, chances are you just kind of need somebody that's on a higher level to kind of get that sort of emotional connection that you're thinking of. Thanks for the donation, though, Sokiyashi.
Am I really as healthy as I think? In the first test, I will find out my real height, measured by a laser.
The measurement starts now. Your height is 178.
What?
Is that not your height?
No.
I think it is.
Okay, a lot of people overestimate their height. I think Brownie's doing the same thing. I understand that. This is true where people subjectively report out their biomarkers. We really struggle in saying, I don't know. Let's see.
This is Alicia, and she will make a 3D scan of us with some really nice looking faces.
Lots of little cameras in here is what's going to pick that up and make that model of you. When it says scan done, you can come out there.
This scan just measured everything on my body.
Oh, look at that. Wait. It even, shit. It even got his, little acorn. See that? Yeah, see how it got his little acorn? You can see the little nub there. It's a little nub. And I think there's like a little round thing. I think that's one of his nuts. But you can see the little acorn down there. There we go.
Everything on my body, literally everything. And I now know what circumference my arm is or my waist.
Okay, they did a 3D body scan to promote this brand. That's cool. Like, it is useful to know your body measurements. You really want to have a gold standard DEXA scan for this. So I think that would probably be the move I'd make on this.
Some people even say the only way to accurately measure your body fat, muscle mass, and bones.
Do a DEXA scan.
DEXA scan.
The gold standard for body composition.
Very accurate.
Wait a second. First of all, Brownie.
Yeah, I agree with you on French people. Even in Paris the city is beautiful, the people are fully up their own ass. Do you prefer the North American suburbs, urban high-rises like in a Toronto common in Asia, or more European-style city?
Well, downtown Toronto is more of a European-style city. So if you go to Toronto and then you go to somewhere like Belgium, which I've lived, Toronto is much more similar to an area like Belgium. And the reason for that is Toronto's a very old city that was developed like before people really started using cars. So it's one of the few cities in North America that is planned out as a walkable city. So I like cities like that. It's just easier to get around. They're more fun. You're motivated to get out more and do more stuff. Europeans have way better city planning, and just because of the way they, like, I don't know, make things look, it's just prettier. If you've ever been to Europe, like, cities are just way prettier, and you're just way more motivated to get out and exercise and do stuff. And they have more bike lanes and shit like that. Toronto's good with bike lanes too. Suburbs are fucking horrendous. Like, absolutely horrible. But thanks for the donation username. Dodo donated $2. Can we watch?
Yeah, I think you have a point. I'm also a very introverted guy and I usually don't get to meet introverted chicks. Most women want to see thick-curled and are very outgoing, and that kinda pisses me off, and I can't tell them that I just wanna chill and game.
Oh. I don't know if I'm getting this because I have to turn my head, like, over that way. I'm not sure. I think there's far fewer introverted women than there are introverted men. Part of that is, like, women need attention, like, desperately, and if they don't get it, they literally die. It's like their main food source. So, yeah, it's kind of hard finding women who are, you know, a little less annoying and, kind of depends, you know, like, it's... You might want to see if you can get involved in, like, some, you know, gaming communities, because, like, those are probably going to be the highest proportion of girls who are, you know, less, annoyingly outgoing and talkative and, you know, crap like that. So if you can find some gamer chicks, that might work for you. I'm sure there's some overlap. Like, if you go to an anime or comic book convention, you might find some, like, girls who are either just there or do cosplay. So they might also be a little less, you know, annoying and a bit more introverted. So you might want to look at some of those communities and see if you can find any girls, you know, in those communities. Might help. Thanks for the donation, though, Sokiyashi. Dodo donated $2. Can we watch Sarah Payne today also? We'll probably have time.
Born in Saudi Arabia. Islam was born in 610 AD. Saudi Arabia was born in 1932 AD. So you were only 1,322 years off. Not bad? Not bad start there. Talking of maths, by the way, a man named Al-Khawarizmi was one of the greatest mathematicians of all time, a Muslim, worked in the golden age of Islam. He's the guy who came up with not just algebra, but algorithms. Without algorithms, you wouldn't have laptops. Without
Yeah, he's not mentioning the fact that there were Muslim rulers right around that time that thought math was evil and tried to ban it. What's ironic about this too is the Prophet Muhammad was illiterate, had no education, and he was absolutely horrendous at math. There's actually a pretty hilarious math error in the Quran, which objectively proves that it is not wisdom, granted by God. It was just made up by an illiterate moron with no education. It has to do with inheritance, and the Prophet Muhammad made some inheritance laws that literally do not mathematically work. So he's saying Islam created math that we use that are necessary for computers when the guy who made Islam was an illiterate retard with no education and literally put math errors in the fucking Quran. Like, and this will also tell you just how stupid the Prophet Muhammad was. He married his first wife because she had money. She ran her own successful business. She basically just had her own trade business. So she had everything set up. She had, clientele, word of mouth. She had the whole business set up. He was married to her for years, so he could have, found out how to do all this. After she died, he couldn't maintain the business. He literally couldn't do it. He was too stupid because he had no education, couldn't read or write, and he had, practically no understanding of math. He could probably do basic things like, oh, if there's 10 people and 10 apples, one person can get an apple, something basic like that. But he had absolutely zero math skills. So he probably wouldn't be able to do more complex divisions and shit. So he destroyed his wife's business that she built years creating because he couldn't maintain it after she died. That's how much of a fucking idiot he was. And he was completely broke, poor, begging for money. And he didn't start making money after he, invented this whole Islam bullshit until he told his followers to start killing the Quraysh. The first time he ever made any money was when he started raiding Quraysh caravans and started killing innocent people and stealing their shit. So, claiming Islam is responsible for inventing, algebra and shit. No, it's not. There happen to be smart, educated people who lived under an Islamic empire and were probably forced to just follow Islam or were indoctrinated from birth. But Islam had absolutely nothing to do with their math skills. It in no way encourages math skills. Everything in Islam was created before the Enlightenment age, so the Prophet Muhammad believed the earth was flat. He literally thinks the earth is basically a snow globe. And he put math errors in the fucking Quran. Islam has nothing to do with fucking math, okay? So fuck off with the shit. By the way, this guy idolizes Osama bin Laden, and I should also mention, it's legal to marry your cousin, first cousins in Islam. Islam is the #1 religion in the world for inbreeding. So, yeah, I'm sure that will help with math skills, being fucking inbred. So go fuck yourself, Mehdi Hassan.
Laptops, Daniel Johnson tonight wouldn't have been able to print out his speech in which he came to berate us Muslims for holding back the advance and intellectual achievements of the West, which all happened without any contribution from anyone else other than the Judeo-Christian people of Europe. In fact, Daniel David Levering, the author of the Pulitzer Prize-winning historian and author of The Golden Crucible, points out that there would be no Renaissance, there would be no Reformation in Europe without the role played by Ibn Sina and Ibn Rushd and some of the great Muslim theologians, philosophers, scientists in bringing Greek text to Europe.
Yes, great Islamic philosophers. Did any of them fuck their cousins too? fucking retard. That doesn't look very pleasant. You know, I'm pretty sure if somebody ever, like if I grew up in this tribe and somebody said I had to do this to my lower lip, I'd just leave and go to civilization and learn how to read a book. Like, maybe I'm overestimating myself, but I'm pretty sure I have enough innate intelligence to have the sense where if I saw that as a child, I would just think that's a bad idea. Breaking: black truck driver was attacked and his trailer flipped over at TBD dump by a group of racist white men. Black truck driver was racially profiled. The accused, innocent, hardworking black man of stealing an employee's phone, searches truck. Owner falsely claimed that he stole the phone. Men tried to attack him using guns.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Get your fucking Leave truck. Me alone. Leave me alone. Get your fucking truck until the cops get I'm leaving now. Give me your fucking phone. Let's go, bitch. Let's go. Get in the fucking truck. Yeah. Don't get out of the truck no more. Don't get out of the truck no more? Take you out short. The sheriff's department's coming to get rid of you and your fucking mud. Okay. So stay in your truck. Yes, sir. Before something bad happens. Do it now. Yeah. I'm going to join the window. I'm done talking with you. Shut the door. That's all I'm recording for slamming on the door. I didn't slam it on the door. Yes, you did. Have it on recording. Yes, sir. Hello?
I mean, they brought in 2 bulldozers and flipped over his trailer? What the fuck? Based on video evidence, witness accounts, local reports from sources like the North Carolina Beat, the driver allowed a truck search. Nothing was found. The phone was later discovered outside, suggesting a false accusation. No proof of theft exists, appears racially motivated profiling. Like, it could be racially motivated. Like, there's a good chance. I mean, just listen to the way they talk. You know, as soon as you hear somebody saying, "Stay in your truck," you know, they're probably racist, you know, if they sound like that, but who knows? They could just be retarded. Is this AI?
Palestine! Free Palestine! Andate a casa vostra! Andate a casa vostra, assassini! Assassini!
What kind of fucking gas station is this? It says arrested at harassed at gas station? I don't know. Looks stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Does anyone else get accused of being a Trump supporter and a fascist if you support Israel? Cause that happened to me on multiple occasions. It's sickening, and these PP won't argue or debate you, they just call you a right-wing fascist when you're not.
I've never had anyone accuse me of being a Trump supporter or a right-wing fascist on that basis. I'm sure some people would do that, but I've never had that personally. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Rank these most preferable to least. 1. Sex with Bella Ramsey while making eye contact for 30 minutes. 2. Sex with Frank Tufano's tight-shaved butthole for 30 minutes. 3. Working at McDonald's for a year.
I think I'd have to work at McDonald's for a year. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
But seriously now, how loose was your asshole after that thick dildo and was there and poop on it after? Please, I really need to know.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Why did you not cut me in this, man? Where am I at? DEXA scan is a test that I would recommend for everybody. It's low cost and it's high information. Understanding where your bone mineral density is one of the more important parts of your health that people oftentimes have no idea what their baseline is or what even to do about it.
Here they will use this chamber to see if I have skin cancer.
So we have our body scanner. This will take 2,000 photos in both 2D and 3D to map out any moles or markings on the body. We also have integrated thermal cameras to look for any signs of inflammation and compare both sides of the body.
Skin health is really important. In fact, it is the first thing I look at when I meet someone. It really is like an accounting of your life. When you eat bad foods, it shows up in your skin. When you don't sleep well, it shows up in your skin. You can't hide it. I learned through using Vizia, which uses...
Oh, rank from most preferable to least. McDonald's. I guess Frank Tufano, he's kind of more gross than Bella Ramsey than... So, like, Bella Ramsey and then Frank. In that order.
This is multi-spectral imaging that my skin was actually really damaged. I was in the sun non-stop, baking in the sun. It was like how
Yes, I know Bradley Martyn had Nick Fuentes on his podcast. That's why I literally put that in the title of the stream, because I was planning on reacting to it.
And can you get was the competition during school. So my skin has received a lot of sun damage. If you're going to be in the sun, be mindful to either protect yourselves or sunscreen, or be out in the sun in the morning, late at night, which is my preference, where I still get the sun exposure.
The most important thing with the skin is protecting it from the ultraviolet rays in the sun. I'm curious about whether you use sun cream.
I do as often as possible, though for long shoots like this, if this would be outside, I do get burned.
Okay, Brownie, we need to up your game on the skincare. You're outside doing shoots, you're getting burned. That's not good. I get it. YouTuber, shirts off, he's muscular, that's like part of the game. Also, don't pay the price, not worth getting cancer. So you guys, if you're in the same situation, don't get burned, it's not worth it.
So our skin scanner takes 2,000 high resolution photos of your body, and I'm going to show you that process in action. We're going to have a little look at your back.
Wow.
So this is you. Each of these blue squares represents one of the moles that we found on your back. So we've counted the number of moles and freckles you have, and you have 557.
That's a really good data point. I wish I had that data. I don't have that data, but really cool. So technology is amazing. The fact that we can get quantified data on these kinds of situations, really cool.
What we'll do next is your blood test.
So good job on the blood draw. I am a phlebotomist nerd. So when I get my blood drawn, I'm really mindful of who the person is. You want to set the expectations initially. One stick. They go, if they hit it, great. If they miss it, out. It's very unpleasant to get your vein stuck. A lot of people feel a lot of anxiety. So by doing this, you can potentially reduce your anxiety by setting expectations that it's going to be minimally painful because you prevent that fishing expedition if they miss.
Good vein.
Yes.
Brownie also has great veins. It's an easy stick. I could do that one.
That's your heart. Have you heard it before?
I probably have at some point, but not like this. It's all around me.
The thing I like about what they're doing is internalizing what is happening inside their body. Most people have never heard their heartbeat, so I like that they're educating people and giving them an emotional bridge to health, which otherwise it's just very cold in traditional medical practice, so cool job on the design.
Great.
Why is everyone talking about this dildo in your asshole? What is this about, Richard?
You know, accusations and such. Let me see.
I want to see what you look like with your shirt off.
I dare you to just bark? I don't know. Louder. 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 3, 2, 1. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, fine. You can look.
Goofy! I know you can see through that shirt, Goofy. You on a live stream, bro. 2,000 people on TikTok, Goofy. Alright. How you gonna get the phone now? Why you frozen? Yo, you good? I know it ain't frozen. I see your finger got 3,000. Work with it, huh?
Well, we all get fooled now and again. Thanks for the donation, yo.
Let's have a look. There you are.
No!
This is cool because you're informing people that there's such a thing as biological age. A person can be 25 and have a heart of a 20-year-old or a 30-year-old. I'm assuming here they're doing some simplified version of heart age, which is fine. Again, it builds intuition, but you really can go very deep in getting the biological age of any organ, including dozens of measurements.
Have you done a sweat test before?
Never.
It's really interesting. We're going to put some pads on you, but it'll be attached quite tightly, and it's going to induce sweat on your forearm. Beautiful. I'm going to turn that on. Current is passing through the wires.
I won't feel anything.
It might sting a tiny bit.
I'm actually super interested to see if I lose a lot of salt or not.
Okay, so cool that they're actually doing sweat measurement. I just did this myself. I did this because I began the sauna protocol at 200 degrees Fahrenheit, 93 Celsius, and I was trying to figure out how to improve my electrolyte balance because I, like Brownie, was having pretty severe cramps during the night, and that is because I wasn't getting a proper rehydration with a proper balance of electrolytes. Also, I think there's something going on between Brownie and the nurse here. Let's see how it goes.
When I hit them off, you'll have a little ring of sweat on your forearm. And then this has got a tiny tube, which is going to collect your sweat in that tube. So all that blue is your sweat in there.
What? Oh, there's a tube in there, of course.
Now this just goes in our analyzer, and I'm just going to push it through, and then your number will come up, and that will be how much sodium comes out your sweat.
On this way to measure your own test, I wouldn't do that. It's a lot of work. I would just get a Gatorade patch, put it on, exercise or go in the sauna. It gets you better and more accurate results. So I think a simpler way to do it.
Sleep, and particularly whether your sleep gets disrupted if you're crossing time zones or things like that.
I do always hear also from friends like Will Tennyson that I need to sleep more often. Thank you, Will.
Come on, bro. Who's your #1 source for sleep data? It's not Will Tennyson, it's me. I'm the best sleeper in the entire world. We talked about this. Where's the love, man?
High pressure is something I have never tested before. I'd also never thought I would test.
This Brian Johnson guy looks so fucking weird and I'd probably fucking hate talking to this guy, Earl.
He was raised in a Mormon cult, and I can definitely see that. A lot of Mormons are very, like, weirdly polite and kind of dry and robotic with the way they talk, so yeah, he might be a bit of a dork. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
Looking straight ahead, eyes nice and wide open. I'll place my hand on your shoulder just for some stability, and then you'll feel a light prefer into the eye.
Yeah, eye pressure is really good. I did a bunch of eye measurements, very extensive, primarily because of my internal jugular vein stenosis, where I had this genetically narrow veins that carry blood to and from my brain. So we were assessing my eyes for potential damage of this condition. So we did maybe a dozen different measurements, but just knowing your baseline pressure, good idea.
Very different than any grip strength I've ever done before.
This is how you're going to be measuring grip strength. Just by your side, squeeze as hard as you can. We're going to measure on the iPad to see how much you can do. Good. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. Relax.
That's a pretty cool device. I have one here at the house. Does not make any noises. This is a fun game. I know I bring people over here. We do these Don't Die dinners. And when people get that in hand, and it's just like all out warfare of who can get the best. So people get really competitive on this game. It's fun.
Your left actually was a little bit more than your right for your grip squeeze.
I am right-handed.
I mean, it's not like a huge difference. It's only 2.4% difference.
That's really good that he has that symmetry between right and left hands.
To be fair, that is like really good. One of the highest I've seen, to be fair.
Oh, okay, that's good.
She definitely has a crush on him.
Second strength exercise is a mid-thigh pull, or just a very painful deadlift.
It's essentially a deadlift that doesn't move. So we're measuring the amount of strength that your lower half can produce. Good. Pull, 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 relax.
Woo! That was the biggest 0 to 100. No warm up.
You guys, you want to be really careful on this. Brownie did this without warming up. You really can injure yourself in doing this. So never go from cold to max effort. It just creates way too much injury risk. If you're going to injure yourself playing a sport, I get it, but don't do something stupid like going from cold to all out exertion. It's just not worth it.
Pull, 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 pull. Relax.
His face is like...
I'm really worried he's going to be injured. I think this is not a good situation. And like,
maximum was 2955. You've got only a 2% asymmetry, which is really good. Your isometric mid-thigh pull was 2971, which is really, really good.
Wow.
This is just built for gamification, right? Like that is so fun. How strong are you? What is your grip strength? The grip strength, I should mention, is actually one of the best longevity markers predicting all-cause mortality. A really good marker for someone to be aware of as you're evaluating where you're at in your particular age and your risk of all-cause mortality.
The scans are done, and all the information of our bodies is right here. And because a DEXA scan scans everything, you can even see the muscle imbalances you have between all 3 legs, for example.
Yeah, this is why DEXA is so good. It gives you your symmetry, asymmetry on your muscles around your body, which can really inform, because if you've got asymmetries, it can create problems in your gait, posture. So this is why DEXA really is worth it. Low cost, high information value.
Yours is about a kilogram difference.
What? Whoa.
You as well?
Yeah.
Why?
Might be my ankle injury on my left.
This is injury, right? So he just said that he got injured and that created the asymmetry. This is why it is not worth getting injured on stupid stuff. Now, we're all going to be injured in life. It happens, but just don't do it on something that is really preventable.
What I want to look at is the direct impact that altitude has on you as an athlete. I would do 2 12-minute ramp tests. The first one's going to be at sea level, and the second...
The evidence, it's really interesting for potential benefits.
Master on you. I'm going to do a ramp test till failure. So no Mr. Nice Guy anymore, none of this
stuff. So this is a lot. He's pretty tired. And you want to have fresh, energetic state as your starting point, but cool that he's doing it.
The way to think of VO2 max is the size of the engine. That tells us just how fit you are and kind of how much oxygen your muscles can use.
Yeah, actually, this device, I'm not sure what the device is they're using, but we use a clinical grade system, which is like a big box and these pipes. So I'm curious what they're using and the accuracy of the system.
It's just 10 seconds, then we're building. Looking so good. We've got it in you. Let's go. Really nice. Nice work. Really nice work. Really nice.
That is so painful. You guys, I hope you should do is take 220 minus your age. So they're 25 years old. Their max heart rate should be around 195. As you age every year, it goes down a bit. So that's a great heart rate. And that is like incredible to have 190 beats per minute as like raw horsepower. So that's cool.
How are we feeling?
Oh, that was the worst thing I've ever done. That's somewhere around kind of 54 or 55, which isn't too bad at all.
So Brownie got a 55 VO2 max, which is the same as mine. VO2 max is one of the strongest predictors of longevity. You can do high intensity interval training and ZO2 training to form your decisions on health.
Well, that was dumb.
So, Mr. President, Epstein has a certain reputation, obviously. I'm just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them?
Were some of them young women?
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were.
Yes, they were young women?
What did they do? In the spa.
In the spa?
Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
Mr. President.
Did he say some of them were underage?
Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women?
Were some of them?
Were some of them young women?
Young women.
Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken, and
that's really weird. I'm surprised he'd actually admit that.
Stolen.
Was spa or not spa? I don't want him taking people. And I said, out of here.
Mr. President, did one of those stolen, persons, that include Virginia Jeffrey?
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people, yeah.
When was, what age was she when she claimed she was assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein? Booty Cam, donate $2, watch all of them.
Did you stimulate your prostate with the dildo? Did your flaccid pee-pee ooze out pre-cum as you were hammering your ass? Did you feel like a gay little slut after with a loose and stretchy butthole?
Oh, that's great. Thanks for the donation, Julington. Oh, fuck. I ate a watermelon and grapes today. It was good. I like eating fruit when watching cartoons. I was watching Beavis and Butthead with Gummy and eating watermelon and grapes. Okay.
Let's go kill the ISIS.
Anyone see anything?
Only you.
Guardhouse. I got nothing.
I guard this area. Crap.
Mind
if I roll?
So bright. Okay.
You can use a mirror and a lollipop. Be sure to be careful when you do this. Don't use the candy too forcefully.
It's a very weird out of context clip. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. So this checks out. She lived in Florida, maintenance manager at the Mar-a-Lago property. So her father was a maintenance manager at the Mar-a-Lago property owned by Trump and helped Jeffrey obtain a job there. This was at the age of 14. Or wait. Okay, I'm not sure what year this would have been. I'm not exactly sure. So okay, so in 2001 she would have been 18 when she was allegedly trafficked by Prince Andrew. So between 2000 and 2002, she was associated with Epstein. So she would have been 17 when around the time she met Epstein. Okay. So yeah, this probably happened when she was like underage.
He stole her. Okay, I want to be clear about what we just heard. That was Donald Trump admitting that Virginia Giuffre, who was ultimately abused and trafficked by Epstein as a minor, worked for Trump initially, which means that if she was still a minor when she was poached by Epstein, then she was also a minor when she worked for Trump. So Donald Trump was employing underage girls to work for him and expose those minors to someone like Jeffrey Epstein, who had the ability to steal those girls and then rape, abuse, and traffic them. I know my job here is to talk, but I'm honestly kind of speechless. And by the way, let's not pretend that Donald Trump...
Here's what I would look like if I was a man.
Okay, you'd be a very handsome boy. Thanks for the donation, non-wib.
didn't know who Epstein was. Remember the famous quote from 2002 in New York Magazine, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy," Trump booms from a speakerphone. "He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life." That quote was from 2002. Epstein first trafficked Virginia Giuffre in 2001. If you want to tell me that Trump wasn't well aware of what Epstein was doing when he, quote, stole Giuffre from him, you are kidding yourself.
Okay, well, she would have been 18 in 2001.
Or how about this moment from his answer?
In the spa. In the spa. Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world at Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, gone.
No moment too sacrosanct for a Trump-branded commercial, am I right? This guy is admitting that he poached his...
Well, you know, considering Trump lies a lot, he may be stretching the truth a little bit by saying they were poached. Like, I mean, he's very obviously involved in this whole Epstein thing.
I'm joined now by the ranking...
I'm surprised he'd mention any of this or answer any questions. It's really weird.
Member of the House Oversight Committee, Robert Garcia, thanks for joining me.
Sure thing.
So we have an update here, a breaking update as it relates to some communication that Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney just sent to the House Oversight Committee. Can you explain what that news is?
Right. I mean, look, I think first, obviously, the Oversight Committee has subpoenaed Ms. Maxwell to come appear before the committee. That committee decision, it's been bipartisan. We all agree, want to hear from everyone on this case. And now, obviously, Ms. Maxwell's attorney is putting down some conditions that they believe is necessary for this deposition, some of which, of course, is incredibly concerning to us on the committee. So it's really important that at the moment we kind of take this one day at a time. Our interest is to have her be fully deposed by both Republicans and Democrats, to do so in a way that gets to the truth, that gets to actually, that we can corroborate her information with what's already hopefully in the Epstein files, which is why the release and subpoena of those is so important. And quite frankly, I think some of the requests right now, I think, are just not reasonable requests. This is someone that we know has a history of lying, is not a good person, has done horrific things, committed terrible crimes. And we've got to take this process seriously. And so there will be a back and forth with our team, or with Chairman Comer's team and her legal team. But for an example, there's no way that we're going to sit around and wait until her Supreme Court case is wrapped up before we move forward with this deposition. I mean, that could be many, many months, and that's just not an acceptable timeline.
So let's skip ahead for a moment and just assume that this will get done and you do have the opportunity to figure out a situation where you can actually depose her. Is there any concern that because Todd Blanche and Trump's DOJ has already gotten to her, that any testimony is going to be tainted by any potential deal they may have been able to strike in private?
Absolutely. This is central to what we're doing here, because we already know that Todd Blanche, first of all, was Donald Trump's personal lawyer.
Joey in 2019. Fresh out of the shelter.
I think it might be a wise idea to
look at him.
remove December Joey from Maui's bed.
Oh, he's chirping. My goodness.
You know, they say that cats rarely vocally communicate with each other, but I think that's not true, obviously.
My goodness.
No,
Wow.
obviously. Oh, Maui. Maui's extremely mad that he's in. Okay, Joey, I love you. You're adorable, but you're going to have to evacuate Maui's spot. He's not happy.
Oh, it's so nice that they became friends. They didn't like each other at first, but they became friends. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Appreciate it.
I mean, this is someone that is completely committed to Donald Trump, not the Department of Justice or justice for the victims. And so we're very concerned about those meetings that have already occurred. Look, in this very letter that you're reporting on, Ms. Maxwell claims that she also wants a pardon and she wants a reduced sentence. She's being very open about it. And so what she has told the deputy AG, what she's actually communicating to the DOJ, we need to also know, and so I support efforts right now. There are efforts in the Senate to get some kind of release of the footage of that deposition and that conversation. I think that Comer, and we're communicating this as well, should do the same. We should request, subpoena, whatever it takes to get that information and to actually see what was discussed between those two parties. But this goes back to the single most important piece of all of this, and that is the release of the Epstein files. We can't just take what Ghislaine Maxwell says on her word.
Right.
She's a known liar. She's someone that has lied multiple times in the court and in other places. And so we must have files and all the information so that anything that she says can be then corroborated with what's actually in the documents, videos, and the files that the White House is now clearly trying to hide and to cover up. And so, look, we just got this letter. There are some things that are being presented there that are not on the table for us. We have to be able to do this expeditiously. There's no way that we're going to just take what they want to do and move forward. I mean, she's been subpoenaed by the Congress, and so she's going to have to come for us. And I think also Comer is committed to that. And so we'll see over the next few days how this plays out. But we got to be, the public has to know that this is a person that wants to save herself and doesn't want to serve the time that she's already been committed to by a jury and judge.
So you had mentioned that she's already been subpoenaed by Congress. We spoke a few days ago when the subcommittee and the oversight committee voted that out. And so where does she get by trying to offer conditions for her appearance? Like, how does she have any leverage whatsoever to offer up any conditions? Why isn't it just, here's the day you have to be here, here's the time you have to be here, see you then?
Well, I think, look, there's always some negotiation in this process, especially because we want her to answer the questions completely. We don't obviously want her to plead the fifth. We want her to come in ready to respond to Congress, to the oversight Democrats, the oversight Republicans. And so there always is some negotiation in these kind of deposition kind of process. But to be really clear, what we're not going to do is allow her to kind of set the stage over how this is going to go. We are not Todd Blanche. We are not Donald Trump's personal lawyers. And she may be trying to cut a pardon deal for herself, which we have to be I think very suspicious about that meeting. And what's really concerning, as you know, about this is she's trying to get this pardon. So what is she going to say that? Is she going to basically try to implicate everyone but Donald Trump? Is she going to try to clear Donald Trump's name? This is really concerning. And so that's why it's so important that we force that vote to subpoena the documents, because the documents are going to tell us and lead us to the truth. And that's critical in this whole process.
Is there any concern that in the event she does show up for this deposition, that she could do more harm than good by virtue of maybe carrying out some plan that she hatched with the Justice Department, with Todd Blanche, to protect Donald Trump? Like, once she gets this stuff into the zeitgeist, then you've seen the way that the media allows misinformation and disinformation to have a life of its own. And so if she's able to come out there and say, because in the back of her mind, maybe she has a pardon waiting for her, that Donald Trump had nothing to do with anything, doesn't that hurt the situation more, because it obfuscates reality in a way that's difficult to put the toothpaste back in the tube?
Yeah, I mean, look, if someone's got something to say, let's hear it. However, it's really important that we lay out the facts about who she actually is, what her history is, and why it's so important that Democrats are in the room during the deposition. So no one was in that room when Todd Blanche was talking to Ghislaine Maxwell just days ago, right? We will be in that room. And so the stories that she wants to tell, the information she wants to give, myself and other Democrats, as well as Republicans, will be able to be there and also have the same access to the media and to getting the truth out there.
I have a funny feeling that nothing is going to come of this. I think Trump has already made sure that he's covered his tracks. So that is unfortunate.
All right, guys.
All right, so Bradley Martyn had the brilliant idea of interviewing a fucking Nazi. I have no idea why he had any interest in interviewing Nick.
I fucked Brian Tyler Cohen. He's a real rim job cunt puncher. Bro was all over me. He loves trannies and we made out all night. His penis was a little small but it smelled nice.
Well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, non-wib. Yeah, I guess he's trying to just get more views and clout on his fucking podcast. But that's outrageously stupid.
Before we get into this podcast, make sure in some cases. Some cases I'm like, doesn't need to be said. But regardless, you definitely seem to have a really strong voice in this entire like political space, commentating. I believe you have a very successful show.
Thank you.
What is it like being...
He's saying this about a guy who's a Nazi. Like, what the fuck?
Almost seems like enemy number one to the government.
It's tough. It's weird because I feel like I do a talk show.
Yeah.
So in a way, I don't do exactly the same.
Yeah, a talk show where he, promotes the idea of ethno-fascism, promoting the idea that people shouldn't have fundamental human rights. You know, certain races of people should be exterminated. Yeah, just a talk show.
Same thing as you, but ultimately I do videos. I live stream myself giving speeches about politics, and I've been on the no-fly list. I've had my bank accounts frozen. I've had people try to kill me at my house. And so I've sort of accepted it. It's normal for me. I've been doing it for 10 years, but sometimes I wake up and I'm like, I feel like a terrorist, but I do a talk show, or at least that's how I'm treated. So, but it's like anything. You get acclimated to it. You get used to it.
Where did it start for you? Because I from what I understand, early on in your career, you started questioning. I think were you working with the Daily Wire?
No, I almost was.
You almost were.
They almost brought me
and
on.
you started asking questions about the Israel lobby.
Right.
Yeah, they discovered he was a Nazi, and obviously that's a problem for the Daily Wire for obvious reasons. Just gonna get my sweater. Oh. Oh. Dodo donate $2. They're converting twinks to Islam on the streets.
Camouflage cap. This is the man that said he loves death.
I can't believe I went to sleep as soon as you were finished streaming last night, then woke up and you were streaming again, lol. Also interesting fact, I know someone who sounds exactly like Nick Fuentes but minus all the neo-Nazi stuff.
Yeah, I was planning on taking a nap last night and then getting up to stream around 8, and then I ended up having a very long nap, and then I just streamed really early in the morning, and then You know, I think I finished around 7 or 8. I think 7. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Bradley Martyn and Nick Fuentes, Trump Epstein stuff, NYC shooting, reacting to stuff, gaming later vegan gains 308k subscribers Perks 148 watching now started streaming 83 minutes ago donate, $3 and up is text to SPE.
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, retard gains, non-wib.
As much as we love life. Yeah, he looks it. Don't worry about the YouTubers, the guy said. Hey man, how are you? You okay? All good, all good. No, you're in public, dude. And also your colleague Usman said he loves death more than he loves life, so we're just here to say hello. I won't interrupt his prayer. He's in the personal session with God right now. And the military cap, of course, which is brings him closer to God.
You are everywhere.
Everywhere.
You are everywhere.
I am omnipresent, just like God. No, I'm only joking. How are you? How are you, dude? You okay?
Yeah, Muslims are kind of crazy. Fucking retarded. This is just like the ultimate form of fucking cuckoldry. British are such weak pussies.
Why don't you order so much food? Hello? Why don't you order all this? Just 2 of us. Why don't you order so much food?
Because I'm hungry, and then I got Jake, Kelly, Cash, and Lil JJ and Tia.
You the manager? Kept me to the manager. Hey, I just met her. I'm not gonna pay for all this, bro. I don't know. Oh, you
Yes,
with her?
he is.
Yeah, with her.
Yes, he is. He said he was playing. And I
I
told
just
you
met
that,
you.
and that's why I ordered all the stuff.
It's just 2 of us. I don't even know you. How much out there?
You know me enough to
Hey
know
man,
that.
I can ring you up right now, brother. You got a card? You want me to cash a card? Cash a card?
Card. He got a black one.
Hey, look, I just met her, bro. I'm gonna have to.
Don't be playing. Don't be playing crazy now. You gonna feed on my kids. All of them.
Hey, can I go outside and come back?
No.
No. I can go outside. We know it's gonna be cash a card, brother. Cash a card.
I'm pretty sure that's just fake. This guy's a scammer, by the way.
Behind me is a woman sleeping on a sidewalk. It's very easy to assume that she's homeless, but she is not. She actually has permanent housing. She was given this permanent housing about a year ago. But she comes out here every single day to sleep on the sidewalk because that's all she knows. So this is an example of someone who was never prepared to be indoors. No transitional plan. And now that she's in housing, she doesn't have any support. There's no case management. There's nothing to help her break that cycle.
Yeah, so this guy's a scammer. He lies constantly. I'm not sure if he's paid by some lobbyist to do some of this shit, but basically what he does is he pretends to be some sort of expert on drug addiction and homelessness. And he's received ridiculous amounts of money considering he lies about everything by certain municipalities to write reports on some of this shit. But this guy's completely and utterly full of shit, and I wouldn't believe anything that comes out of his fucking mouth.
Of knowing nothing but the streets. So this is where she is every day. Now, a person who walks by or a tourist.
Yeah, CDG, can you stop spamming the same thing over and over again, stupid? I literally just ordered steroids today, so shut the fuck up.
Will just assume she's homeless because she looks homeless, but she is not. And that is a very misleading thing. And so walking through downtown Portland, you see a lot of people that appear to be homeless, but they actually have housing. So what I'm trying to say is that oftentimes the crisis, the homeless crisis, is not as bad as you think. There's actually a lot of people that...
Yeah, I wouldn't believe anything he fucking says. He's just a known liar. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. The New York City shooter did the shooting because of how the NFL treats football players as CTE. What the fuck? Yeah, it's pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Also, the guy I know who sounds exactly like Nick Fuentes is Catholic too, which is a strange coincidence.
Does he also have sex with femboy prostitutes? Like Nick? And is he also a closeted homosexual who has gay porn saved on his computer like Nick? Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Skirt on $8. Did you know that budgies dance like this? Yes. That's a nice burb. I like burbs. Thanks for the donation, Skr.
And that was like, what, how many years ago?
That was in 2017. So that was 8 years ago.
And after that, it was just like, it was downhill from there as far as like you being able to do all this stuff without backlash.
Yes. Yeah, there were kind of two things that were happening at that time. You know, I was in college, I was at Boston University. And the thing that people don't realize is that's where they groom all the conservative influencers. So Turning Point, all the different campus groups, they're looking for like the young, best and brightest conservative people. And when they get into those groups, they then start their career towards being a Fox News host or being a Daily Wire host or something like that. And I was very much in that pipeline. I was very much on that trajectory to being like a conservative pundit, at least at the very early stages. And they basically realized early on in the beginning of 2017 that I was not going with the program on that one issue, on Israel. It wasn't even anything else. But I just insisted that it was not consistent with what everyone else was saying. You know, Trump in the inaugural said it's a
that is a gross mischaracterization. This guy is a literal Nazi. He idolizes Hitler. He denies the Holocaust. He also thinks women shouldn't have any human rights and should basically be slaves. He stated that women should have the same rights as women do in Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. So there's a few things other than Israel where he diverts ideologically from people on the Daily Wire. I'm in London and it absolutely sucks here. Yeah, you're fucking telling me, dude. I don't know how that country still exists at this point. The UK is a fucking shithole.
America first. And I said, well, there's one country that seems to be the exception there. And I would never let that go. And so one track is that I was being actively canceled and blacklisted by the conservatives. And so that actually happened first because I wasn't really known. I was just an 18-year-old kid. I had 1,000 followers on Twitter. I was getting 100 live viewers on my show. I really had no big following, but people were moving behind the scenes.
I'd like to take care of a pigeon. Do you know if taking care of a rescue pigeon is nice? They are so cute. Or should I take care of a cat to have one less carnivore running around killing birds and chipmunks? Cock. VG, do a poll in chat. Who's going to leave this world first? Frank Tufano or Oid Richard? I can't wait for Oid Richard Rage and VG playing Battletoads while I break his mind with troll donations while he's on gear.
I'm not going to bother doing that. Frank Tufano's on steroids, too. Thanks for the donation, though, CDG. It's up to you, Non-Wib. I've known a couple people who've rescued pigeons. Apparently it's not too difficult taking care of them, from what I understand. But it's entirely up to you. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wib. Pigeons are really nice. Apparently they're quite affectionate.
scenes, it was like a whisper campaign saying, don't hire this guy. Don't bring him on your podcast. This guy's bad.
And how did you
news."
know that?
I was being told that by people who are sympathetic.
And I'm sorry to interrupt a little bit, but do you also believe that even if it was the Democratic side, would you have still got the same pushback?
I'm sure. Absolutely.
Why is he accepting everything Nick Fuentes says at face value when this guy's a known liar? Like, again, we know the guy is a literal Nazi. He idolizes Hitler. He denies the Holocaust. This isn't just about him not supporting Israel. Give me a fucking break.
Okay.
Because, you know, in both sides, you do have this kind of censorship. You do have control that emanates from the center.
Yeah.
So I think even more so on the left. People are surprised that it happens on the right because we say that the right is the free marketplace of ideas.
Yeah.
And you can express yourself and be politically incorrect, but that's only up to a certain point, up to a limit. So I was getting canceled. The first big thing is I had guys from Campus Reform, which is like a student-run group. They would report on the left-wing outrage on the campus. Those guys were coming after me. The Daily Wire crowd.
What do you think of the chances China will still be around longer than the United States? 0. Absolutely 0 chance. China has been irreparably ruined by communism, and they're doomed to fail before the United States. Oh, man.
What's the point of taking steroids if you don't even train? You took like 2 weeks off training. You're old and out of shape. Say goodbye to your hair too. You're gonna look like shit after a cycle. You will barely grow any muscle because you don't train.
Alright, thanks for the advice. Appreciate the donation, CDG. Sengoku $20. Your physique reminds me of Togura from Yu Yu Hakusho. Oh, that guy. I don't think I'm quite that big and weird looking.
The reason these dumbasses like Bradley Martyn and Nelk Boys get popular and have a platform is because we are living in idiocracy. They think because they do fitness or comedy videos they are qualified to talk about politics and people give them a pass.
Everyone's stupid, dude. Just everybody. The world is just full of dumb people. It's that simple. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. And thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
Was coming after me, bad-mouthing me on Twitter, behind the scenes. I got banned from CPAC, which is the big conservative convention.
Right.
And so one track is that in the industry...
Yes, because you're a crazy Nazi.
I was just blacklisted from the start, throttling my career from the rip. But then the second track, the kind of second thing that's happening is that then you have the social media censorship, which is ramping up.
Yeah.
So after Trump wins the election, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, they all gradually, incrementally start cracking down. And
Yes, because you are a Nazi. So, again, there are plenty of people on YouTube all over the fucking place who do not like Israel and are critical of Israel. Why is Nick, in particular, who's never had a big YouTube presence, banned off of YouTube? Like it doesn't add up. Oh, I was just critical of Israel and YouTube banned me. You realize there's a lot of fucking channels right now that are critical of Israel. Literally everybody. Why aren't the Young Turks banned? Why isn't the Majority Report banned? Why isn't literally every Muslim apologist channel like Muhammad Ajab banned? Just you in particular are banned. A guy with a much smaller audience. Nobody cares. Like, it's because this guy's a fucking Nazi, and then Bradley Martyn, he's got to be playing along with this just for clout. Like it's pathetic. Is he really that fucking stupid that he can't, like, connect these dots?
And between those two things, it was like a pincer. I could get no opportunities, no platforms, no jobs, no interviews, no institutional support from the conservatives. at the same time, I couldn't make my own career because I got banned on PayPal, YouTube, ultimately then Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and they just kind of cascaded one after the other. And
what was that like? They're sending you emails, or like you're just trying to post and it's like your account's gone? Like, what does that look like?
It was dreadful because you would wake up literally one day, you try to go on your app, like as you know you do, you go on Twitter, whatever, and then you're done, you're gone. You would wake up, you try to open up your account, and you would be signed off automatically. You try to sign back in, oh, there's an error, you check your email, and they'd send you an email, your account has been permanently suspended, and most of the time they don't even give you a reason.
Yeah.
They just say violations of our TOS. And you appeal and you ask them, what did I violate? What's a specific
Retarded. Nick on immigration, national identity, why he thinks diversity could destroy America.
Right. And so I guess kind of getting into this, your political sort of idea of what you want America to really look like. You want it to be more Catholic. You want it to be more Catholic driven, more Catholic sort of, I don't know if the right word is owned. But that's where you're coming from. That's where like a lot of your messaging comes from.
Yeah, I want it to be more Christian, and I'm Catholic, so in particular Catholic. And I think it needs to be more white. I do think it needs to be more.
Again, that is a gross mischaracterization. This guy's an ethno-nationalist. He thinks only whites should be in the country, and he's a fascist. So he thinks anybody who does not agree with Catholicism should be either imprisoned or killed.
European. I think that, and I get this comment a lot. People say, well, you're Mexican. Your last name is Fuentes.
Yeah.
And it's true. My father is half Mexican. His father's 100% Mexican. We've always had black people in this country, Hispanics, Asians, going back hundreds of years. But we've had like 50 million immigrants come in 30 years. And I'm sitting here looking at a city like LA or like Chicago or New York, and I'm saying, when is enough enough? We've had 50, 60 million people.
That's my question to you is, how do you even say when enough is enough? Like, how, on your side, I understand your perspective, but where is it for you or for me or for anyone to say this is enough? Because this country also was founded on that basis of immigrants.
Well, I would push back on that a little bit. I would say that when the country was founded, it was almost all English people. It was almost all Northern Europeans, and almost all Protestants too. So,
not true. Absolutely not true.
Ethnically homogeneous, racially homogeneous, religiously and culturally homogeneous. On all four of those cylinders, you had uniformity. And then you're right. In the 19th century, it was no longer ethnically homogeneous because Germans and Southern Europeans and
Italians.
I'm Italian too. I'm half Italian. Yeah, we started coming in, and then in the turn of or I guess midway through the last century, then other races started coming in with other religions, and I guess the country has changed over time. There's no disputing that, and the changes are baked in. We're never going back in some sense, and I don't think it's even possible. But when you say it's enough, is when they no longer are assimilating. When you start to feel like what America is, it starts to become uncertain. Does it mean speaking English? Does it mean being Christian? Does it mean having certain European values or constitutional values for that matter? A lot of the people coming in, they contest these things.
Nick Fuentes has no constitutional values. Again, this guy is a white ethno-nationalist. He's a far-right-wing fascist Nazi. Everything he believes in is completely and utterly antithetical to the U.S. Constitution.
And so you look at a city like LA where, a few weeks ago, they're waving the Mexican flag, burning cars, protesting that illegals are being deported. You say, is this a free-for-all or is this a country? Or even in Texas, they want to build like a giant Muslim community center where people say that's going to be like Sharia law. There's going to be a giant mosque in the middle of it. Or in other places, they build a giant Hindu temple with huge statues. And you say, is America a whole? Is it a country? Or is it
I am a real homogeneous.
Goddamn right you are. Thanks for the donation, non-web.
Is it a patchwork of all these grafted nationalities where they kind of set up little India, little Somalia and Minnesota, little Mexico? And I think it's kind of undermining our national coherence.
But who is to decide what that is?
Well, ultimately the people of the country, we have a system where people vote. And I think that that's really what the Trump election was about. I think in 16 and 20, and even in some sense in 24, it was a referendum on what do we want America to be? Because Hillary Clinton said, forward.
Ben Boy donated $2.
This little creature enjoying pats like a puppy is actually a crow. Crows have long lived under a cloud of misunderstanding.
Wow.
In many Western cultures and fairy tales, they're often portrayed as symbols of evil, which is why a lot of people assume crows are nothing but pests. But in reality, it's quite the opposite. Crows are harmless, incredibly smart birds. They have gentle temperaments and never attack humans unprovoked.
I want to pet a crow. I don't know if I've ever petted a burb. I want to pet a burb.
Their brain-to-body ratio is among the highest in the bird world, giving them impressive learning abilities and sharp memories. Sure, they sometimes eat carrion, but that's simply a survival strategy, not a sign that they're dirty. Crows are social birds. They groom each other to build bonds, know how to keep relationships strong, and are remarkably skilled at using tools. They can mimic human actions and even pick up simple words. When asking humans for food, they don't snatch or steal, but if they don't get what they want, they might sulk like little kids. Honestly, it's kind of adorable.
Ow.
Interestingly, if you feed a crow regularly, it might try to repay you by dropping off things like cash or swooping in to help while you're moving stuff.
Wow.
Like a helpful little assistant. They're smart, emotional, and
That's so cool.
surprisingly adorable.
I like crows. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Hey, Gum Gum. Yeah, you're a kitty. You make kitty noises. How you doing, Gum Gum? Yeah, it's a good Gum Gum. What did I order today? Testosterone and growth hormone. Grey Knight Donatello's kind of terrifying response to Trump's tariffs from a Chinese economic analyst. Restricted video, cannot watch. Well, that's unfortunate. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
It's going to be the future is female and more diversity and more wokeness and more gayness and more everything. And Trump said, no, we're in a sense going back. We're making America great again. There's like this recurrence. And I think that was a big referendum. The country said, we want the country to kind of be a little more conservative. We don't want to go so fast, so forward and keep going in that same progressive direction.
But do you think that means that there just needs to be no inclusion of all those other things, the mosque, these other things that we mentioned couldn't exist?
No, absolutely not. And I have a kind of complicated view on this. America has 350 million people. We're one of the most populous, one of the biggest countries. And we're, in a sense, no longer a republic, or even some would say, strictly speaking, a nation. Some say we're past that. We're really more, when you think about it, like Russia or like China, in the sense that we are a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire. And so a country like Russia, they have a lot of Muslims living in Russia. They have a lot of Asians living in Russia. But when you think of a Russian, you think of a Slavic, ethnically Russian, Eastern Orthodox person. Nevertheless, Chechens and Dagestanis and Tatars and others are part of Russian identity. They're just on the periphery. Same thing in China. When you think of China, you think of a Han, ethnically Chinese person that speaks Cantonese or something like that. But you have Mongolians, Uyghurs. You have a lot of diversity in China. I think America can be the same way. We can be America with a black minority, which we always have had. We can be America with a large Hispanic minority. But the question is, if diversity goes too far, eventually America becomes nothing. Without that demographic core, without that monoculture that you could say America is rock and roll, hot dogs, baseball, red, white, and blue. In 50 years, is America going to be highlight and soccer and cricket and, and people are speaking all these different languages? I'm concerned about preserving that ethnic core. So we can be America with diversity. We just can't have so much diversity that there's no longer an America.
He doesn't even believe this, by the way. Like, this is the watered down public talk show version of what he thinks.
I see what you're saying. I guess my thought, like when I hear that is, you talk about the future and like where it all goes. At some point, I mean, it seems like we're just going to be part human, part cyborg. Or excuse me, cyborg, right? Part human, part machine. Overall, not even speaking just America straight. And I guess I understand the ideas. It's just like, when I think about it, who's deciding that, right? Like why? Because, okay, we're getting to this, to talk about the conflict in Gaza and the Israel stuff. Because I just, when I have this whole conversation, I think about this, I go, well, what about what we did to the fucking Indians? What about what we did to the indigenous people? I mean, we essentially did what a lot of people today would say Israel is doing to the people in Palestine, which is like removing these people from this area, right?
My nigga, stop coping sitting there speaking while country turns into India and cities mass build mosques. Enjoy the morning prayers, my nigga.
Well, we can always fight back by wearing t-shirts that say Prophet Muhammad's a pedophile. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Genocide, ethnic cleansing, all these things, right? We essentially did that, took this space here. So I sometimes have this conversation with people, a lot of times off camera. I'm like, at what point do we decide that it's not okay anymore? And I don't think killing, murdering people, removing people from a country, removing people from an area is ever okay. But America was also founded on that. So at what point are we discerning and saying that, like, okay, now is like, for example, if we speak about Israel and that whole conflict in Gaza, that's not.
What's really weird about this is Nick is completely in favor of wiping out races of people that are non-white. So why in the hell is he talking about, like, oh, we genocided the Indians. Oh, genocide in Gaza. Nick is completely in favor of that. Like, if you asked him, like, you think it's a good thing that white people go around exterminating other races? He'd say, yeah. Yeah, it's great. The world should be owned by whites. Like, that's his perspective. So, like, what a dumb fucking question to ask. Grey Knight donate tellers, try one of these, all the same video of one, if one don't work.
Prepared to fight to the very end, because the world is big enough that the United States is not the totality of the market in the world. So if the United States wants to go in that direction of completely shutting itself out of the China market, be my guest.
Yeah, and China will lose the US market, which, as I've said, is 15%.
We don't care.
You can't...
We don't care. China has been here for 5,000 years. Most of the time, there was no United States, and we survived. And if the United States wants to bully China, we will deal with the situation without the United States. And we expect to survive for
China's not going to survive for another 5,000 years, I can guarantee you. So this is a particularly inopportune time for China to lose like 15% of their, trade.
Another 5,000 years.
When you hear Donald Trump say China wants a deal, it just doesn't know how to go about it. They're proud people. J.D. Vance talks about Chinese peasants. What do you make of their conduct in this respect?
If J.D. Vance thinks that he's dealing with the peasants in China, and I'm proud to be a descendant of the peasants. Most of us are descendants of the peasants anyway. That's our tradition. We are farmers before, but now we are one of the leading industrialized economies in the world. So I'm sorry.
You people eat oil out of a fucking gutter. So, okay.
J.D. Vance doesn't know what he's talking about. And therefore, I don't think there will be China-US dialogue unless the United States changes its attitude towards China. Deal with China as it is. Show respect to China. Show respect to the Chinese people. And don't try to impose your prejudice and biased view about China or about the rest of the world.
Tough talk. China's going in the toilet. Everyone is checking out from society, they're going bankrupt, and nobody's having kids. And they've also done a lot of fucked up shit. They, like, massively overcalculated how many people are having kids, how many people actually exist, the amount of young people. They're gonna have a huge population collapse, and, like, they're just fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Hey, Gummy.
You literally haven't worked out in 2 weeks and you've gotten lazy. You always make excuses to not train or not train hard. You've clearly given up. You don't have the motivation or testosterone to continue. You're gonna look like shit on steroids. Trash.
My goodness, look who I got here. It's your big gum. He has the most beautiful brown and black stripes. Oh my god. You're so beautiful, Gum. It's my sweet little brown boy. Well, thanks for the advice, CDG. Appreciate the donation. Oh my god, that feels so good. Oh, I love having a cat sit on me. Oh, this is so good.
Are you serious? You ordered testosterone and HGH? So what made you finally buy it? Damn. Was it the bitches? Did they force you to do it? Was it CDG? It was CDG, I know it is. Fuck you CDG, look at what you've pushed VG to. I hope you're happy, bastard. Die.
I just want to be better. My primary interest is achieving strength and physical perfection. And steroids are a pathway towards that. Thanks for the donation. Less is gone.
Not okay. I do think it's not okay. I don't think it's right. At the same time, our country was also founded on a similar action. We came in, we said, speak our language. This is our religion. Here's a lot of diseases because you're immune.
No, I'm not gonna inject steroids on stream, and it should be coming in a couple days.
Immune system didn't jive with ours. We basically took this country, and then we made it what we're talking about right now. So like when I hear it from like a really like bird's eye perspective, like I don't have skin in all these games. I'm an American. I love America. At the same time, I can look at it and say, well, it was founded on the same principles that we're demonizing this country for now. That's why we exist here,
right?
So when is it right and when is it?
Dodo, $22. Do you support anti-homeless infrastructure? I do. We don't need these people around.
And stylish, it's actually made to keep homeless people from lying down or resting on it everywhere. The designer added.
You should try to collab with the Trent twins once you start Rude Maxing.
I don't think they'd ever be interested in collabing with me. Wouldn't be opposed to it, but I don't think they're interested. Thanks for the donation, nigga. You know, like, people complain about the anti-homeless infrastructure. Oh, and it's so sad that we push these people away and they need a place to sleep. Like, I mean, if you ever want to be able to enjoy a park bench, like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. So you could either have, you know, park benches or a place to sit on the subway, or you could have a bunch of gross, dirty homeless people sleeping on it with, like, dirty used heroin needles all over the place. Like, so pick your poison.
Added things like bars or bumps on purpose. That way, no one can sleep on it at all. And public spaces stay completely empty and cleared of homeless people. But a lot of people say that's not right. You might...
Why is this being promoted in Twitter when it's so wrong? Was this gross horse shit? Burning fat is the easiest thing on earth. You are overweight because of hormonal chaos and inflammation. Years of healthy bad advice. You're overweight because you eat in a caloric surplus. Oh my god. 5 doctor-approved ways to lose weight for good. 1, eat more protein. That's not really going to make you lose weight. Fix insulin sensitivity. That's not really going to make you lose weight. Stop chronic cardio, lift instead. Like, I mean, that can help with appetite control. Heal your gut. That's not going to make you lose weight. Improve your sleep. That can actually help you lose weight. It's, you know, it's stupid shit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Is it wrong?
Well, I would say that in terms of when I evaluate right and wrong, it comes down to individual actions, you know, because I understand what you're saying, which is that, and I'm actually even sympathetic to it. When you look at what the Israelis are saying in a certain sense, in a narrow sense, you can understand where they're coming from, which is that they were stateless. The Jews were without a country for 2,000 years. They were in that land. They were expelled. And then they were a minority in Europe and in all these other places. And because they were a minority, because they lacked power, they were abused. And so they were subject to the Inquisition and the pogroms and the Pale Settlement and the Holocaust ultimately and all these things. And that was the basis for Zionism, which is we need a country of our own. Now,
he doesn't even believe the Holocaust happened, by the way. Dodo Donatella's rare base Ted Cruz.
Starvation of 2 million people in Palestine. Do you support, it's a very easy question. It's a very easy question. Do you support the forced starvation of Palestinians? So you can't answer the question. You can't answer the question of whether or not you support. Ted Cruz cannot answer the question of whether or not he supports the forced starvation of children.
I recognize you believe propaganda. And you're rooting
people
for the
people in your state are suffering from climate change. And you are allowing billions to be sent to a country that is starving people to death.
Would you please stop disrupting this plane?
So you can't answer the question.
God bless you, and keep cheering on the Nazis that are murdering kids.
Who are the Nazis in this situation? So you think that it's okay to start?
Code Pink are the most vile scum on fucking planet Earth. I hate this fucking bitch.
One of the courageous voices.
Where will this sexy homeless bitch lay her fiery ass dirty armpits after her vegan noms, you heartless bastards? The homeless are people too, sometimes people you want to bust a fat wad in. Don't be a Nazi.
She's a gross retard, I hate her. Thanks for the donation, Willie Nelson.
Behind the documentary No Other Land was shot and killed by an Israeli settler in the occupied West Bank.
This guy looks like a fucktard. I'd shoot him on sight too. Imagine this guy walking in your fucking garden.
An Israeli settler in the occupied West Bank. Aldo was not just a witness to violence, he documented it. Through his camera, he exposed the brutal realities of Israeli occupation, home demolitions, land theft, settler attacks. For that, this 31-year-old father of three became a target, and now he has been murdered. Another Palestinian voice silenced, another settler emboldened.
Maybe don't try to fight people who have guns, and you won't get shot to death. Ever think of that? Oh my god. Dude, they make it so obvious. Wow. Hugo Chavez, really? Bro. Yeah, right. Okay, let's listen to the communist whack jobs. Jesus Christ.
So, Osama, you've created this oasis here.
Oh my god, the guy's name is Osama.
In London, where people who love Palestine can come and not only enjoy good food, but a place where they can come and work, where they can have activities, all kinds of things. What gave you the vision to do this?
Jesus.
Palestine. Palestine is a place where things,
Dude, this is like being called Hitler.
get made. It's a warehouse of love, beauty, and creativity, and that warehouse has been attacked and going under a genocide for so many years should be distributed all over the world. So the idea that we should create a little incubator.
Bro, this guy should donate some of the fucking food he eats to the starving Palestinian kids. Wow, what a fucking bastard. No wonder the Palestinian children are starving. He's eating all their food. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Okay, well, hope your roid rage isn't too bad cause you wanna murder people with Battletoads, so we shall see. You can also hop on the Gear Grift train and get views while you're at it. I gotta go now and train naturally like a real man. Peace out, fake natty gains.
Well, I'm not a fake natty. I'm telling you I'm gonna do roids. Thanks for the donation, Les is gooning.
Strongman Jerry Pritchett's son is ridiculous strong. He can deadlift 600 at only 14 years old.
Well, that's actually surprising he can do that without a deadlift suit. That is impressive. Let me see. Yeah, like, I'll give him a pass on the hitching, because it's whatever. That is impressive, 14. Thanks for the donation, Pooh.
Now, easier said than done, because it turns out all the countries are taken, so you have to settle one. And they came into the Mandate of Palestine, and they fought with the Palestinians, and they declared independence. You have to go through the whole history. But needless to say, they're sort of throwing elbows and jockeying to try and get comfortable in the Middle East, in a region that doesn't want them there. But the question becomes, how do you conduct the war? And I would point to something very simple. So in Gaza, they've destroyed all the infrastructure, like literally all of it.
They have not destroyed all of it. It's about 50% of structures.
Buildings, all the roads, hospitals, schools. It's intentional that they're doing that. And even when you look at how they're killing people.
They killed all the hospitals. Then please tell me how there was literally footage from CNN posted yesterday where there was a woman at a hospital in Gaza claiming her child was starving when her child was not starving. He's an inbred incest baby because she decided to marry her fucking cousin, and he has a genetic disease. So all the hospitals are destroyed, but literally yesterday, CNN posted footage from a Gaza hospital. Gotcha.
A veteran, a Green Beret, just came back the other day and said they're using Palestinians going to these aid distribution sites for target practice. So these people that are starving to death.
That is not true. A Green Beret did not say that. They're not even allowed to make statements like that. It's illegal. It was a private contractor. There was a private security contractor who said something to that degree that he saw Israeli soldiers shooting at civilians. And again, that claim was never verified. No evidence was provided. There's no video footage. There was no one else who could corroborate that story. It's made up bullshit nonsense. A Green Beret never made that fucking claim.
Are going to get their food and water from these distribution sites, and they're getting shot by the IDF, defenseless, vulnerable people that are hungry. Hamas isn't even launching rockets anymore. They have no...
That's a really cool fucking story. Where's the video footage? It's funny how all these other situations where the IDF, were, claimed to have attacked civilians, there's like some video footage. One of the big incidents was when an aid convoy was delivering, food. There was an armored unit where civilians were getting too close to the tank and they fired warning shots. There's video footage of that. How is it that over and over and over again, these aid centers are getting, like there's gunfire and Israelis are shooting and killing civilians, not 1 second of fucking video footage anywhere? Like, he's just lying, and Bradley Martin's like, oh, yeah, it's so bad.
No ability to counterattack. And you say, the Israelis will say, well, it's a war. That's what happens in a war. When you fight, people die. But in Iran, you can see in the war in June, they will literally target a single apartment with a drone strike. It's so precise. It's so targeted. They're doing assassination strikes with drones. They will hit one apartment. Forget about the whole building and the whole city. And so if you...
What the fuck is he talking about? Like, by the way, Iran was making accusations against Israel, claiming they were striking civilian centers. I don't know how close some of the bombing was to these civilian centers. I know one of the Iranian nuclear sites was pretty close to a civilian area, and I know they also just bombed the shit out of one of the apartment buildings that one of the nuclear scientists was staying at. They absolutely killed some other people aside from that, one dude. So again, Nick is making this up. Israel did not do some like super ultra precise strike with a drone to kill one of the scientists. Like, no, they bombed the shit out of the building and other like innocent people died.
You can detonate pagers and radios. If you can blow up one apartment, if you're the most sophisticated military with precision-guided munitions.
They're not the most sophisticated military. I don't know where he got that idea. And by the way, assassinating one single target is a lot different than eliminating Hamas. Like comparing these two scenarios, taking out one general or a handful of nuclear scientists, is that the same thing as defeating a militant group with somewhere between 30 to 40,000 members in a densely populated urban area where they're not able to open up humanitarian corridors to evacuate civilians? Those are not the same thing.
how are you accidentally destroying 90% of the buildings and committing 100,000
They did not destroy 90% of the buildings. I'd love to see a source.
Civilian casualties and shooting children and people getting aid? At that point, it's intentional. And you look at what they say, which is, this is an ethnic cleansing. They say, we want all these people out of the land. Now,
yeah, that's normal. Whenever there's a conflict, you open up humanitarian corridors and evacuate civilians. That's what happens. That's normal. So Nick is complaining that, oh, they're killing civilians. The bombs that are getting dropped are killing civilians. But then when Israel's talking about evacuating the civilians, oh, they're trying to get rid of all the civilians in the area. That's so bad. Have them stay there so they can get bombed. Oh, wait. Wait, fuck this shit.
there's an argument to be made about how do you carry that out? I mean, what is the solution to Israel-Palestine? But you know the solution is not starving children to death and shooting innocent people that are defenseless and getting aid, blowing up their homes so they have nowhere to go. You know that's wrong. So that's where I come at it from. You can kind of get, the Israelis have a case to make that this is not an ideal living situation for them. At the same time, we all have moral responsibility, especially now.
Yeah, the one thing I'll get on Twitter and I'll see just the reactions to this is like, even from like a lot of our, I don't know if they're Congress people or senators, they got that great check mark.
Mm-hmm.
And I see them and they're just like, almost like hurrahing on this death of these innocent people as if like, well, if they wanted to stop, then Hamas would just stop.
Right.
And it always seems to be like the deflection in my, because I'm like, but like you said, should it just be, well, they should just stop. And I see it and I'm like, that's just like complete void of humanity.
Mm-hmm.
Because what is this child supposed to do? Like, how are they supposed to rise up and be like, the 6-year-old be like, Hamas, please stop. Like,
Right.
how does that work? And then my perspective shifts and I go, kind of like what you said, speaking of Israel and the precision and how much intelligence, and even what we're told as far as Israel being, our greatest ally in the sense that they have this like superior intelligence and the superior military. And like, obviously they have a lot of our military because we give them so much aid and they buy stuff from us. Then you go like, it's almost like as if the United States with its superior.
Okay, dude, like, this is just so easy to defeat, right? So I can guarantee you both these fucking lying cocksuckers, if you were to ask them, should the US military get involved in this conflict? No, why should we help Israel? Why would we ever do that? Oh, well, okay. So Nick just said he's sympathetic to the idea that, Israel's under attack by Hamas and all this shit. So, obviously they do have to go to war with Hamas. That's a legitimate, military goal. Okay, well, is the US military more powerful and more advanced than the Israeli military? The answer is yes, it is. Okay, so you're claiming, we have all this drone technology, precision targeting, yada yada. Well, the U.S. military would be apparently perfectly, even more so than Israel, of using all these tactics you're suggesting, where somehow with the magic drones and magic laser targeting and all this shit, they'd be able to, kill Hamas and have virtually no civilian casualties. So, they're just full of shit. So if they think that you can, take out 30 to 40,000 Hamas militants by using all of this high technology and have virtually zero civilian casualties, and the U.S. would be capable of that, then why would you be against U.S. military intervention? They wouldn't be able to give you a reason. So they're just full of shit. They just hate Israel. They've played too much Call of Duty. Oh, I played Call of Duty Black Ops 2. You know how in Black Ops 2 there was that drone robot? When you get a 11 kill streak, you can get the drone robot, and then with the 11 kill streak, you can go around with the drone and just shoot all the bad guys. And you can even go inside buildings with the drone. The 11 kill streak in Black Ops 2, why don't they just use the 11 kill streak in Black Ops 2 to kill all the bad guys? It's just horseshit. These people they're a fucking joke. Just such nonsense.
Tsunami warnings triggered for Hawaii and a lot of the west coast of the US after 8.7 magnitude earthquake off the eastern coast of Russia. Do you think NYC shooter had CTE or just schizo?
Let's get back to that breaking news. A magnitude 8.7 earthquake off the east coast of Russia is leading to tsunami concerns here in
Concerns. You said concerns.
to tsunami concerns here in the U.S. There's a tsunami watch for the entire west coast of the mainland United States, and Hawaii is now under a tsunami warning, which is an elevated alert. Oahu Emergency Management just sent out this tweet saying, quote, "Take action, destructive tsunami wave."
Oh no, not a tsunami. I'm very concerned. What will happen? Oh, I'm so concerned. What a dumb bitch. Oh, well, that's interesting. Chances are the NYC shooter was just some crazy wacko schizo. They all are. I've seen plenty of people with CTE. They don't usually go and get an AR-15 and start shooting people. They might kill their families or commit spousal abuse, but it's a little unusual for somebody with CTE to just commit a mass shooting. It's possible. Just the sheer amount of people who've had CTE is fucking crazy. Military veterans who've had to shoot heavy guns, like artillery, they get CTE. Fucking soccer players, just from bouncing a ball on their head, they get CTE. There's so many boxers, MMA fighters, football players. I've never heard of any of these people committing a mass shooting. Again, it's usually they'll beat up their wives or kill their family. There's the one football player who was basically a gang member and committed a gang-related shooting. I'm not so sure that was even related to CTE because he was always a fucking delinquent. So he's probably just a crazy schizo. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Squitch.
Well, thank you for that, Royd Gaines. Appreciate the donation. What doses are you going to be taking of test and HGH? How often? 35 milligrams of testosterone cypionate and 4 IUs of growth hormone every day. Spyware donated $2. Should this be a legal form of cyber stalking? Observe something unusual, debate, jubilee. Ben Lorber immediately identified Connor as an influential fascist live streamer known as Pine Snap. This isn't cyber stalking. This is just what you do. Bro, this is the type of shit you do just looking up a Tinder date. Yeah, you go on Tinder, you swipe right, you match up, and then you look through their social media and shit. This is just what you do. It's fine. Buddy, if you agree to go on a platform like Jubilee, I don't know why anybody would be complaining about, that being cyber stalking. This guy needs to be arrested. Let me see.
We like your friends, and we just wanted to see if you would like to come worship with us this Sunday. Would you like to come to church with us?
Would y'all like to get off of this property in about 10 seconds flat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, have a good one.
Run, don't walk. Run. Hershey, get back here. That's not fast enough. That's not fast enough. That ain't fast enough, ladies. Go. I said go. I said go. Go. Go, go. Go, go. Go. Run.
Did he, like, shoot a... It's either a BB gun, like, there's some, like, there's cell phones and shit that have, like, audio adjustments that are automatic. That could be a 22. That's kind of fucked up and weird. He should probably be arrested. Thanks for the donation, Spyware. The way that sounds, it could either be a BB gun or it could just be a 22 caliber rifle. I can't tell. 21st Savage Johnny Tellers, tell me about the colors you're noticing. They just need to get smacked upside the head. Do you hate these people?
He tryna die like Scuba.
I mean, they're probably not vegan, so by definition, to some extent. Like, if you want to be fat and dance, I don't really care. It's only when you, like, start problems. Taylor doesn't want white people, thank God. Plus size, 5'11". If you're white, it's an automatic no. If you're Hispanic, it's a maybe. If you're black, it's an automatic yes. I think that's a no from everybody else. Thanks for the donation, jackass. Dodo Taylor's, he was a wacko. He blamed the shooting on football in his suicide note. No kidding. Yeah. Yeah, I heard about it. The guy was just straight up wacko. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids, donate $2. These AI videos are getting weird.
Bag. What exactly do you think you're doing?
I'm putting the money in the bag.
Men can't do anything right. Who is this? Who is this? It's Ben Franklin, you idiot! A man! I want Susan B. Anthony coins. Now! That's better.
Yeah, I remember that episode. You know, it's kind of funny. A lot of the animators from way back in the 90s and early 2000s were already complaining about this. There was a lot of Simpsons episodes with similar themes. Palitard's new form of protest of being annoying.
Colonized by this same radical jihadi mentality. Why aren't you guys protesting about that? Stop starving Gaza now. Speak to me. Jews of color are in danger because of your white privilege. Your white privilege is putting us in danger. Your white privilege is putting us in danger. You're cosplaying with your yarmulke. Stop starving Gaza now. There's a genocide across Africa.
It'll all be over. Just give it time. It'll all be over. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
Check this out. Destiny corners Pisco into denying that his sexy librarian co-host is a Marxist-Leninist. Immediately backfires.
Yeah, I wasn't really aware that Pisco was a fucking whack job running cover for communists. It's really weird.
They won't wear the. They just won't have the. They won't.
I don't think.
Right?
I don't think that she would lie about that. I don't think she would lie about that.
Wait, what would I? Wait, Stephen. What would it take for me to show you so that she's not a Marxist?
You understand that right now, when both of you, right now, when both of you have staked your reputation now on this question that's publicly said, there's no real thing I could give you right now, right? I can't. You understand? Wait, I'm asking you. You understand that both of you are literally incentivized to.
Would it take? What evidence would it take to convince you otherwise? That's a simple question. You can say nothing. Nothing will convince me otherwise. You can say it.
Unless she has like genuinely changed her political beliefs over time.
Will anything change your mind about that position?
I'm
yes
sure.
Or no?
If there was like a debate that she had like 2 months ago and somebody linked me and she was like, oh no, like I don't think that like these ideas are necessarily good or whatever. Then yeah, they're like, oh shit, maybe she changed her beliefs.
So we'll go through the receipts of what Trader Rate said, and if a thorough search of her records or of her fucking public statements doesn't say anything about a violent revolution.
Look for the clips. Go search.
Doesn't say anything about a violent revolution. Will you retract your statement? If a thorough search of her records, will you retract this claim that you just made?
If she, hold on, I submit. Okay, here we go. We were linked this. I submit this to the chat. Go, play it, Wick. Play it down for us.
Give me a second. Let me.
Damn, we got to look up clips and shit. What is this? History
I guess,
class?
yeah, we have to have every single quote on board, I guess, for every single.
Can you substantiate that? Do you have a study?
Share your screen.
No,
Disagreement.
I'm not.
Okay, so you're not a socialist.
No, I'm not a socialist.
Okay,
I'm a communist. That's why it says commie.
Oh,
I'm not a socialist. I'm a communist.
I can't tell
What's
you
the
difference.
Explain to it.
I actually feel like mainstream people who call themselves socialists are actually communists, but they're too scared to say that they're communists, so they call themselves a socialist because right now that's kind of like where the cultural zeitgeist is permissible of.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're good. Okay, I'm good on that. I'm good on that one. I'm good. I'm ready for a piece to soy out for the next 5 minutes.
Hold on, before everyone, hold on.
Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Dude, Pisco's a fucking idiot. Who would have figured? That is so bad. Oh my god. It's like I've never watched gay porn ever in my life. Okay, show your search history. Literally last link you looked at, 2 dudes sucking each other's dicks. Like, it's so bad. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Bro's self-doxing in his location on his Twitter. I think he's baiting a Mormon so he can shoot them. He is in Matt Dillahunty mega fan anti-theist wacko. Him. www.tiktok.com/TZT6S24P85/.
Yeah, that's definitely fucking insane. Like again, people are saying it was just a BB gun. I don't know, because the way certain phones record, you can shoot a 22 and it will sound very quiet just because of the way the phone records audio and automatically makes gain adjustments and shit. So, like, even if it's just a BB gun, that's fucking insane to do that. And let me see, watch him.
What is your name? You're the sheriff?
No, I'm a Mormon guy that found your phone number because you listed it on Google like a dumbass. Yeah, I can't believe you did that.
And you said you're a sheriff?
Yeah, sure, I'm a fucking sheriff. The sheriff that shoots that girl.
Did you not just say that you're calling from the sheriff's department and that you're a sheriff?
Alright, I see what you're trying to get at here, but you don't have my phone number. You don't know who I am.
I don't like that guy at all. Yeah, he should be arrested. Thanks for the donation, bro. Dodo $22 sounds like Russia or North Korea detonated a nuke, and Trump will do nothing about it. Well, that's a tsunami siren. This looks like to be a much stronger tsunami than expected. Footage taken in the same area of the factory. Seen nothing left in the area. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty... It's a lot of water. Pray for Hawaii. Yeah, Jesus will protect. Sure he will. Nothing to worry about. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Billy Donatillers, don't bother tuning volume on, but would you call this overweight or thick? It's hard to tell with the way she's just standing. Like in the after photo, I wouldn't consider her overweight. So I'd say, yeah, I wouldn't say she's overweight. Yeah, definitely not overweight. Thanks for the donation, Billy. Brad donated $2, $6.14.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now at the hour of our death. Amen. Hail Mary.
Okay, that's video footage from 5 years ago. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I thought so too at first, Dodo, but there's no realistic possibility that nuclear weapons could cause a wide-reaching tsunami of that magnitude. It would take more nuclear weapons than exist today. It's totally natural.
If somebody detonated a nuke, everybody would know about it. There's no way to detonate a nuke and not have anybody know. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
You look comfy and cute tonight.
Well, thank you, Nut Muffin. You know who else is comfy and cute? My Gum Gum. Can see his little cat head right there. You can see one of his cat ears. Can even see his little kitty paws right here. Got a little Gum Gum cuddling with me. He's a really good baby. Love my Gum Gum. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin. Why did you decide to take HGH along with testosterone instead of just testosterone alone? Because you get a much greater anabolic effect taking HGH with testosterone, and you also just get benefits from the human growth hormone, like, you know, healing. So, you know, I've got some little dings and owies that I also want to heal, so HGH is probably going to help with that more than just testosterone alone. How did you decide on the 250 milligram test for IU growth, daily numbers? Because it's a reasonable dose of testosterone that should at least double my test levels and not give me any, like, serious side effects. Like, if I do get a increase in blood pressure, it's only going to be mild. Probably not going to have to lower the dose for, you know, like estrogen, you know, like getting gyno. What's the other thing? And I'll probably have to draw blood regularly. But other than that, like, it's just mild to no side effects while still having a good anabolic effect. And same with the growth hormone. It's, you know, it's in the super physiological range, but it's not too high where you're not going to have any, like, side effects. So it's just a good, mild starting dose that's easily manageable. Yes, testosterone supplements from stores are a complete scam. The testosterone that I'm getting is 200 milligrams per mil, and there's 10 mils per vial. So you've got 2,000 milligrams of testosterone in a single vial. So if you're taking 250 milligrams per week, which is, I'm technically taking 245 per week, but, you know, round up. So if you're taking 250 milligrams per week, that is basically 2 months worth of steroids, or 2 months worth of testosterone at a super physiological dose that is going to, at the very least, double your natural test levels, if not triple or quadruple. And it's $90 Canadian. So why would you take a test booster? Like, test boosters are usually in the range of $50 to $100, depending on the supplement, and they do nothing. So you'd be paying the same price for something that does absolutely nothing. It's just fucking stupid.
How did Hollywood go from shows saying that third wave FinMuseum was evil to supporting it?
Everyone just got cucked and gay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Slander donated $2. Is this a slanderous video? Yes. Thanks for the donation.
Does HGH Richard mean the bigger by the Davy G is back? Smiley face emoji, lol.
Well, that is what's gonna happen. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Lord.
Watch a brain rot comic gorilla senator for 30 minutes, react challenge, impossible. Chances of contracting terminal AIDS are not insignificant. Tread lightly.
Is this another Code Pink video?
Joining us now is Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. Senator, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
We have a very limited amount of time. This is the internet, so you're here, and it's important that we ask some of the questions that are animating some of the younger voters and others. I assume that's part of the reason that you're here. The first is about Jeffrey Epstein. It's a story that's really captured a lot of America's interest. So you're a former CIA officer. Do you think that Jeffrey Epstein had any connections to U.S. or Israeli intelligence agencies?
So, not that I've ever seen or heard. Get it over with and get it out.
Time low from the Wall Street Journal. At the same time, we've seen the rise more recently of anti-establishment.
That's like a numbers issue.
This is completely and utterly boring and uninteresting. As far as I understand, these are not commies. These are conservatives. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Everything's a test. Everything's a test, and that is a good attitude to have.
I hate Jocko Willink's content. The whole shtick he has just is overdone. And it's cringe. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Dodo, donate $2. Yeah, maybe it's not a nuke, also. Yes, that is a body on Mount Everest. Also, VG, can you change the stream title to say monitoring tsunami warnings in Hawaii, because you will get a flood of viewers? I'm not going to do that. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And Spec King of Hollywood VG.
The thing absolutely nobody asked for except for autogynephilia perverts is happening. There is a movie that is just going to be...
I can't watch that. She is highly, highly annoying. Imagine having that voice, living like that. Yeah, I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This video makes me wanna snap her like a twig. TikTok.com/t/ZTHPXSCBK40RGDNNKM/TikTok.com/t/ZTHP/sojziz6SNFW/ do you think this ginger has Riz BTW?
Hey Miranda, can I just get a wave? Hi, what's up?
I don't know why that frustrates you so much.
This is what you should do if someone is making you uncomfortable.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
What's your fantasy?
Oh, that makes me uncomfortable. I don't want to talk about that. Most people will respect your boundaries if you express them in a clear way, but what if they don't?
Oh, come on, don't be prude, just tell me.
I already told you I don't want to talk about that, and if you can't respect that, I'm done hanging out with you. That should be enough, but if for some reason they continue to push, you can end the interaction.
If you don't just answer me, you're gay.
First of all, that wouldn't even be a bad thing, and second of all, I've already asked you to stop twice, so I'm done. If they eventually apologize, you can decide if you want to give them another chance, but that's totally up to you.
He's probably gay. Do you think this ginger has Riz?
What's the craziest place you've had sex?
Oh, I don't want to answer that, or I feel uncomfortable with that question.
What was it like to meet Will Smith?
It was cool. I only talked to him for a couple minutes, but it was fun.
And do you have a Porsche and Ferrari?
Yeah, I love driving them both, and it also makes people happy to see them.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, but I've just been experiencing some self-doubt lately.
I heard of a study that if you place a rat in water, it will drown in 15 minutes. But if you save it once, it will keep waiting for 60 hours, just based on the hope of being saved.
Oh, that's incredible.
I can't watch this video without logging in for some reason. Thanks for the donation, Twerp.
You stupid nigger, here's your bite-sized portion, sorry for the inconvenience. Crystal is a stupid commie bitch and slotkin cucks out to feminist momsplaining.
Really do my best to try to uphold, like, you know, basic human rights, Palestinian humanity, oppose the killing of innocent civilians wherever that happens. And I have to tell you, like, I feel really guilty that I'm not doing enough. I think all the time about, I'm a mom, I think all the time about those moms who can't feed their babies. Those babies are starving to death.
They're not. They're incest kids. They're literally all children of incest. So about 40% of marriages in Palestine are incestuous, where people are marrying their cousins. It's a thing in Islam. I think they may have a higher incest rate than in Pakistan. And all those quote-unquote starving kids you see, they have genetic disorders from incest. You'll notice that every time you see these photos, the parents are normal weight or fat as fuck. And then these kids look like they're starving and shit. So why are the parents normal weight, but the kids can't get any food? So they're incest babies. They're cousin fuckers. They're marrying their cousins, having kids, and then they're having genetic defucked retard offspring.
And I just want to know, like, you're a United States Senator, you did vote for some of the bombs that were dropped on refugee camps. When kids have been sniped in the head, tents firebombed, people set on...
Okay, so there's another woman watching too many TikTok videos. What a surprise. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Spec King of Hollywood VG, they are making a movie with an all-trans cast.
If they're not going to compare the size of their dicks in the movie, then I'm not watching it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Your power in military expertise and like the craziest intelligence would be like bombing Chicago, and then being like, oh, but they should just figure it out. And it kind of makes me question, you know, like, because I'll see these things and they'll be like, well, this was a mistake and that was a mistake, and I'm like, but at the same time, we're told that they have the best intelligence. So how do you have this level of intelligence and this level of power, and you still make these mistakes, you still do these things, or you still just blame the other side, right? Without being able to come to sort of like conclusion and like, you know, peace agreement or an actual ceasefire and stopping this, or how do we get those people? But out of...
I think I've seen enough of this. It's just brain rot horse shit. Yeah, they don't really talk about anything else interesting. So basically, he just brought Nick on to talk about like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
Through Midtown Manhattan and think, damn, this place feels safe. You know, you got tourists, business suits, overpriced coffee shops. The illusion of safety here is damn near intoxicating. But illusion is the key word, because just the other day, a man walked into a Midtown skyscraper in broad daylight with an AR-15 and started killing people. And before the media tries to spin this as a gun problem, let's look at what really happened. And mentally...
Not for me, just to be clear. Told a friend that I'm considering TRT. He tells me to take the same test booster as him instead, and shared his dumb anecdotal experience from test boosters, saying he's burned off his fat ass and build muscle. He's schizophrenic.
Yeah. I think it is literally just a matter of people being afraid of needles. If they made a oral testosterone pill that didn't like damage your liver, no one would have a problem. You know, like everybody would be taking testosterone. I think there's just a lot of people who have fear of needles, and then they end up taking this useless, stupid garbage. Like, just look at the massive proliferation of SARMs. And even before then, the pro-hormones that were being sold at GNC. Like, nobody has a problem with swallowing a pill, even when the pills are way more fucking dangerous than just injecting testosterone. So it's just idiots who are afraid of needles. And they're willing to waste their money on absolute trash garbage just because they're so afraid of needles. So, yeah, you know, if you want to be an idiot, you know, and waste your money, go for it. I don't care, but you know, if you have any sense and you have an interest in performance enhancement, just take testosterone. Like it's dirt cheap. Like anybody, like literally anybody can afford it. Growth hormone is expensive. I had to pay almost $700 for the growth hormone I got. And that will last me, I think, let me see. I'm taking 4 IUs per day. That won't even last me 2 full months. So I got 200 IUs, so that'd be like a month and a half. So yeah, you're looking at around $800 for 2 months worth, and like if you're gonna do a cycle of growth hormone, you know, you're looking at least 3 months, but ideally like probably around 4 months is what you want to do. So it's expensive. But testosterone, if that's all you're interested in, like it's dirt cheap. So it's stupid. People will waste their money on stupid shit just because they're dumbasses and they're afraid of needles. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Unstable man crossed state lines with a legal weapon and body armor and walks into one of the most gun control cities in the country, uncontested, because in New York, law-abiding citizens are disarmed by design. Let's play the clip.
The NYPD said Tamura left Nevada on Saturday and entered New York City from New Jersey on Monday, about 2 hours before the shooting. Las Vegas police had issued him a concealed carry permit in 2022. Officers here are now tracking down where he sought the M4 rifle that was used in the shooting. The NYPD also found a revolver and ammunition in his BMW, along with medication. Police said he did have a documented mental health history, and we're learning that police in Las Vegas had 2 calls in recent years associated with Tamura for a person in mental health distress. In his pocket, the NYPD found what sources described as a rambling, 3-page handwritten note that claimed he suffered from traumatic brain injury and made some references to the NFL, which is headquartered at 345 Park Avenue. Growing up in Los Angeles, Tamura did play high school football, but there's no evidence he actually had CTE. And it's not clear still.
You can only confirm if somebody has CTE by autopsy. So you have to die to actually get diagnosed with it. Right now, there's not any actual objective test you can use. Like, if somebody is a football player or something and they have, like, very, very obvious symptoms, you know, you can just use deductive reasoning. But there's no way of actually testing if somebody has CTE.
Why he decided to drive his car cross-country and target that building.
Now, let's talk about the difference between...
Because the guy's just nuts. He's just nuts, and he just thought of things, but yeah, the guy's just clearly crazy. This has nothing to do with CTE.
Perception and reality. You see, in Traverse City, Michigan, a man walked into a Walmart with a folding knife, stabbed 11 people, but it doesn't become a massacre. Why? Because Derek Perry, a Marine vet, legally owned.
Kid Boot on $2, best game series coming out with a new game. Borderlands sucks. All the games are boring and grindy and stupid. So, yeah, Borderlands sucks. I'm not playing this piece of shit. Fuck Borderlands. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Retard on $2, did you watch latest South Park? Thoughts, new episode tomorrow. I haven't watched South Park in quite a while. They put out that season where, like, Matt and Trey Parker have some of the stupidest takes on so much shit. Like, they thought Xbox was better than PlayStation for like 2 console generations in a row. And the thing that really ticked me off about them too was they made an episode where they were basically saying the Beyond Burger was super unhealthy and everybody should just eat real meat. Like, they're genuinely fucking retarded. South Park was going downhill for a while. Like, maybe here and there they have some good episodes. Like, but they had a really, really fucking boring season, and then they came out with that episode, and I was just done. I might start watching it again, but yeah, a lot of their political commentary is just so stupid.
Wednesday, August 6th.
You can just shut up, baby, because you hate America and you love abortion.
On an all-new South Park. Okay. The epic season continues.
We want to honor the president's courage.
Stop. South Park. New episode Wednesday, August 6th at 10.
Alright, thanks for the donation, retard.
Arm steps in, doesn't pull the trigger, doesn't escalate it, just ends it. No innocent blood. Now, jump to Manhattan. This guy with a history of mental illness drives across the country to New York with a AR-15, a revolver, body armor, and over 100 rounds of ammo.
Billy Bob donators are massage parlors, the easiest way to lose your virginity. If by lose virginity you mean getting a hand job, then yeah. But if you like want to have full-on sex, then probably not. Thanks for the donation, Billy Bob.
He walks into 345th Park Avenue like it's a goddamn movie set and opens fire. 4 dead, 1 critically wounded. An NYPD officer that was off duty working security was shot.
Dodo donated $2. If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. Marcus Aurelius. Very wise words. That is true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In the back and killed. And what happened after that? He killed himself. He self-deleted. Not taken out by a tactical team, not neutralized by responding officers, he ended it himself. So I ask again, how safe are you in New York? Because I was just there, in Midtown actually, in the exact area, walking around, unarmed, naked, because you can't even legally check your firearm into the city without risking getting arrested the second you land. That's why he drove. Because he couldn't fly in there because they'll arrest him the moment he comes in there just for having a gun. But even with that in place, he still was able to bring the damn thing into New York with no problem. Now, he planned this. Now,
we need more gun-free zones so it's easier for mass shooters to kill large amounts of people. I wonder if anyone will figure out why there's so many school shootings. Like, anti-gun advocates are just the dumbest group of fucking people on the fucking planet. Like, it's all women and gay dudes. And if you're gonna listen to women and gay dudes, you're just fucked. Like, bro, women are the same group of people who will say, I don't feel safe. I can't go out at night. Oh, I think I'm going to get raped and murdered. They will never carry any weapon on them whatsoever. And maybe, like, you get some girls who are willing to carry pepper spray. You're worried about getting raped and murdered. Like, you're so paranoid you will not do your laundry in your own apartment at night, but you refuse to carry a firearm when you live in a country where you can literally just go to the gun store and carry. and we're going to listen to women on whether or not guns should be legal. Like they're just fucking crazy. I'm sorry, I'm not sexist, but women are fucking crazy. And then gay dudes. They're gay. So I don't know why you'd take anything they say seriously. Like, it's just bitch-made cuck retard bullshit. Like, guns are good. If you have a gun, you're safer. Is it so fucking hard to understand? Like, if somebody wants to fucking kill you, would you rather have a banana or a gun? Like, and what are we doing? It's stupid.
Perfectly, but enough to know one thing. Nobody in that building had a gun. Nobody could stop him. And if you think New York's gun laws kept anyone safe, explain how a man with a banned rifle strolled into a high-rise in one of the most locked-down gun control utopias in America and executed people uncontested. This is what I talk about all the damn time. You can write every gun law your anti-2A brain can dream up, but if someone's determined, he's going to find a way. We've got over 400 million guns in this country. You think laws are magical walls? No, they're roadblocks for the law-abiding. And then I heard
Banana gun. I think somebody did make a banana shooting gun.
At one point in that Pisco Destiny debate, Pisco's debate partner says that progressive taxation is a socialist policy because Marx advocated for it in the Communist Manifesto. Later they both suggest that nationalized healthcare like the NHS is socialism.
Oh my god. A progressive tax system is socialist policy. By the way, I don't even know if that's accurate. I can't remember if Marx suggested that as like a transition thing towards a moneyless system, or because, like, according to Marx, he didn't want any disparity in wealth. So why would he like advocate a progressive tax system as a matter of policy? I'm pretty sure when Marx was describing a progressive tax, that was in interest of transitioning to what is essentially a moneyless society, or a society without any wealth disparity. So that would just be a complete mischaracterization and just outright lie. They suggested that nationalized healthcare, like the NHS, is socialism. It's not. Pisco is either like a rabid retard, or like this guy is a covert commie and he's trying to gaslight everybody into thinking, oh, that's what communism is? Oh, well, yeah, I guess I agree with communism. Like, it's the same thing that Nazis do. It's crypto-fascism. Nazis have figured this out a while ago. You can't just tell people, round up all the Jews, kill them, and then we'll go after the darkies, kill them too, and then we'll have, like, a white, racially pure nation and everything will be happy. Like, everybody's gonna, like, think you're a wacko and then fire you and you won't have a job. So they'll start saying, like, things like, well, you know, look at all these countries like Japan that are like very, very ethnically homogenous. Like, don't you think that plays a role in why their crime rate is so low? And, you know, maybe we should move towards like just slowing down immigration, and then eventually, like, if our society becomes sufficient enough, like, and people are having enough kids, like, we won't have to have any immigration. Like, wouldn't it be better if everyone just got along and shared the same values? Like, they'll go along those lines, and then, like, they'll get you on board with, you know, agreeing with ideas that are, like fascist and ethno-nationalist and shit by like just getting you to agree with much like softer things or making it sound like something that it's not. So it sounds like Pisco is kind of doing that. I'm not entirely sure. It's weird. I wouldn't have, like, I don't know enough about Pisco. But yeah, it sounds like the guy might be a covert fucking commie. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I know you've been insisting that starvation hasn't been happening in Gaza, but all reporting you'll see from a 5-minute Google search shows that the situation in Gaza is very bad in terms of food security. Want to take back your retarded statement, bitch?
No, you're just a retard. Thanks for the donation, Tisk.
That banana gun would be a useful weapon for Caesar from Planet of the Apes.
Yes, you could use it to not only, like, harm, but also distract. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Warning!
Destiny made that same point that socialists today use the same playbook Nazis did with classical liberals. Also Pisco has some sort of fling with a Hassan fan who mods for him in his chat, and also that Erin sexy librarian chick also probably motivates.
You think he might actually be doing it for pussy? He is the kind of dude to be a bitch like that. It's a weird strategy. Like, why would he have to lie about them being communist? I don't know how that would help him get laid. It just sounds more plausible that the guy is a crypto-fascist commie. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
The mayor actually talk about how, oh, it's because...
What kind of TRT are you taking? I'm not on TRT. I'm taking performance enhancement. I'm going to be taking about 250 milligrams of testosterone per week and HGH, 4 IUs per day.
Other places with lax gun laws and people are bringing those guns into our city is how... What are you talking about, fool? New York still has a gun violence issue. So no, it doesn't matter. And when you disarm good people, you leave nothing but victims. The shooter said something about the NFL and having CTE.
Dodo donate $2 VG. The earthquake off the coast of Russia was 8.8 magnitude. That's only 0.3 magnitude less than the 2012 earthquake in 2004 in Indonesia that killed 240,000 people in India, Thailand, and other parts of Southeast Asia. And you're like, I don't care. Isn't the like earthquake magnitude thing a geometric scale? So there's like a pretty big difference between 0.3. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Wait, I'm sorry. What source do you have that contradicts the fact that starvation is a serious problem in Gaza? I provided my own sources below, you fucking faggot bitch, smile.
Yes, your source that has pictures of people that are normal weight or overweight, right. So, oh yeah, look, more normal weight and overweight people. Yeah, definitely starving. That's why they're 20, 30 pounds overweight. First of all, a lot of these NGOs that are talking about starvation are fucking lying. And two, when they talk about food insecurity, like, oh, it's food insecurity level 5 or whatever, people don't know what that means. So it might mean that people don't eat every single day. They might eat every other day. That doesn't mean they're not getting enough calories to maintain their body weight. So if they need, say, 2,500 calories to maintain their body weight, that just means every other day they're getting access to 5,000 calories. That, like, it's not really a problem. Like, it's not ideal. I'm sure it sucks to, like, skip a day of eating and you kind of have a hungry tummy, but you're not at any real risk of starvation. So no one's starving in Gaza. Everyone's getting enough food. All the propaganda videos where people are showing starving kids, they're not starving kids. And you know that because you'll notice their parents are all fat. So how are their parents fat and their kids starving? Well, there's only two explanations. Either these parents are deliberately starving their kids, or nobody's mentioning that their parents are cousins and they had incestuous sex and shat out a retarded incest, like, genetic defect child who has, like, who's not able to make certain proteins in his body, and they end up withering away and dying very slowly. So, yeah, it's all bullshit. There's no starvation issue.
I watched some of your old live streams directly after October 7th and you said Israel was an apartheid state. Why and when did you change your mind?
Everyone,
React start at 4015.
I don't recall saying that. I don't recall saying that. I remember being a little more critical of Israel, but I just looked into it more, and yeah. I don't care about Professor Dave. This guy is just a fucking liar. He's married to a Palestinian woman, and he's just doing whatever the fuck.
Best.
You want me to skip to 40:15? He's just saying whatever his wife tells him to say because he's just some fucking cucked bitch.
Now that Avi is a Zionist, or more specifically, Kahanist douchebag. Here's a few snippets from an interview he did with Pointless tool Brian Keating.
As a man of science, as a man of conscience, and as a Jew, how have you been affected by the events of October 7th?
Well, let me first clarify, this is not a war between the Palestinians.
Who cares? Wah, wah, wah. I do what my wife says. I'm a fucking bitch chained to some dumb fucking cunt. Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Benjamin at Yahoo. Avi Bitterman donated $2. Folks, I need to inform you that there is very concerning data regarding the food situation in Gaza. Firstly, let me just that as someone who supports Israel, I anticipate many on my side will be skeptical of this. Totally understand why. Throughout the war, we've been fed false information from the UN, various humanitarian institutions, and media who have essentially zero concern for the truth, blah, 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 publicly, lie data fabricated, made up kind of production. That being said, the fable of the boy who cried wolf has an important moral, which is not that wolves don't exist and will never attack anyone, or rather precisely because wolves do exist and will eventually attack and make them more. Prices of staple food items for calories and or protein tracked over time in the same region, minimizing noise, have reached extremely high values, many of which are unprecedented throughout the war. This data was compiled by Anna Spitzer. Concerning as relative changes, food prices being a reasonable indicator for access to food in Gaza throughout the war, even while free aid distribution, concomitant looting evade, potential hoarding evade, insert additional concerns here were all concomitantly happening. While this data can be complex, hard to standardize, they overall did what you would expect them to do. When access was low, they went up. Access was high, they went down. Now they're up at levels we haven't seen before. This isn't just my assessment, it's also a Yanni assessment. The sentiment was also expressed by the GHF themselves. They said the situation in Gaza is dire. This isn't coming from the UN or some other humanitarian pseudoscience factory. This is coming from the GHF. We're on the ground, see what is happening firsthand every day without anti-Israel lenses on. Something needs to change. Suggestions I have at the moment: scale up humanitarian operations, increase food quantity to be distributed, petition for increased funding if necessary, increase distribution site number and increase access, minimize crowding, increase the operational time open distribution centers, reduce casualties of civilians en route to aid centers without litigating each case, which is not the purpose of this post. Civilian casualties near en route to humanitarian ultimately limits aid access needs to be improved. Higher thresholds for engagement, including for warning shots, considering police protocols for crowd control, while IDF is not the police. If they're going to be doing policing job, they should be implementing police protocols. Force idle aid to be distributed. Yes, do this by force if necessary. It doesn't matter if aid is idle in a truck, warehouse, or even being hoarded. It's not going anywhere. It might as well not exist. Implement protocols such as aid, blah, blah, blah. Their suggestions are welcome. You know, like, again, I fucking doubt it. I seriously doubt it. Show me, like, actual starving people, and I might start to believe you. Because everyone is either normal weight or overweight, so I'm not quite buying it. Thanks for the donation, Avi Bitterman. 21st Savage and Utilitarians, do these Gazans look starving to you?
Bulging so
Uh-huh.
I do whatever my wife says. Wow, what a cucked beta male loser he is.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Soul Child donated $2. According to you, Trump is lying about Gazans starving. Even Dr. Avi, your Jewish master, is saying Gazans are starving. Don't know if that's exact. Well, he's sort of saying that. He is saying there's likely a food crisis based on food prices. Is he lying? Why don't you call Dr. Avi right now on stream? Go and call Dr. Avi right now. I don't know if he's available. Whatever, there could be food shortages. This also might be manufactured. So there's weird things that can happen in situations like this. If people are getting food that they don't like, that can actually influence food prices. I've actually seen a similar thing with Chinese refugees that are going through South America to try to go through the US border to get American citizenship. They have plenty of access to food, but they don't want to eat South American food. They want to eat Chinese food. And because there's so many Chinese people who are trying to break through the US border through South America, some of these people smuggling operations, they've literally imported like Chinese food like noodles from China, and they're selling them at exorbitant fucking prices because Chinese people don't want to eat empanadas, and they will literally pay like five times the price for Chinese instant noodles because that's just the food they're used to. So I don't know if like I've seen some of the videos. I know they're being sent pasta. I don't know if Palestinians eat fucking pasta. And like because they're not eating falafels, they're willing to spend way more money on like chickpeas or something to make falafels. Even though they have plenty of access to pasta, I have no idea. So I don't know. Like, when people are starving, you tend to see them get very skinny. And every single one of these fucking videos that I see getting posted, everyone is normal weight or overweight, especially the women. There's a lot of fat fucking women in Gaza for whatever reason. So, like, look, you can talk about starvation all you fucking want, and like say, oh, well, this is an indicator of starvation, food prices. Where are the starving people? I've seen starving people, I've seen anorexics, I've seen photos of Holocaust victims, I've seen fucking some of the hostages being held by Hamas, starved. And they've lost like 50 pounds since they got captured. Russia does the same thing where they starve POWs. They do not look like the people in Gaza. So again, I'll believe it when I see it. Numbers on a chart don't mean much to me. Show me the starving people. But thanks for the donation, Soul Child. Mars is good, donate $2. When did you think we will leave Earth and colonize the next planet? Because I'm getting bored. When do you think animals will be liberated? Have you considered buying a hooker lately, or is this life a good forum workout? When do you think we'll leave Earth, colonize the next planet? Probably gonna take a while. If that happens in the next 100 years, I'd be surprised. When do you think animals will be liberated? Hopefully in my lifetime. Have you considered buying a hooker? No. Thanks for the donation, Mars is good. Soul Child, donate $2. So the last 3 to 5 days you've been yelling at people, calling us idiots, etc. for pointing out that Gazans are starving. You're looking at images of skinny Gazans, they're not skinny, and saying they're overweight or obese. Dr. Avi said they're starving. Admit you're wrong now. No, go fuck yourself. Thanks for the donation.
Here's a quote straight from an article. In his cars, authorities say they found a revolver, ammunition, and medication. Police are telling the NYPD that he had mental health issues. An investigation into possible motives is underway as authorities question why the office building, which also houses NFL headquarters.
Hopefully soon life on Earth is getting pretty shitty.
It would be ridiculously, monumentally difficult to populate another planet, and it is going to require such a vast amount of money, resources, planning, and technology that chances are, like, it's going to require worldwide cooperation in order to achieve something like that. And if there's not a big enough motivation to do it, we're just not going to do it. Like, it looks like there's going to be a big population collapse. AI is going to be able to replace a lot of jobs. We're only becoming more productive. So, like, with those factors in mind, why in the hell would we ever be motivated to move to another planet? Like, just the amount of difficulty, risk, and everything involved, it's just never going to happen.
Why is Dr. Avi prompting Hamas propaganda now? Can you call him?
I'm not going to bother. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Headquarters was targeted. See?
Like, I don't think he's... I don't know if it ever shows him online on Discord. It doesn't say he's active on Facebook. I might schedule a call with him on stream and we can talk about it, but I just can't be fucked. I have no energy right now. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
ETE, bro? You never even played in the NFL. You played high school football. I played high school football. You blaming your body count on Friday Night Lights? Miss me with the weak excuses. What we're seeing is a cocktail of desperation, delusion, and evil. Evil that preyed on a city full of people who believed their gun laws made them untouchable. Here's the truth. In Michigan, Derek Perry didn't need to ask permission to act. In New York, you need to beg, pay fees, wait months, get fingerprinted, be judge worthy, just to maybe carry a pistol. And you know what that system gave those people in that skyscraper? Nothing. No chance to fight back, no right to survive. Because in New York, self-defense is a luxury, not a right. And that, folks, right there, is why I created the I Am the Militia design that you see me wearing on the shirt right here. Because when I say you are your own first responder, I mean it. When I say no one is coming to save you, I'm not being dramatic. I'm being honest. Second Amendment doesn't say the government is the militia. It says the people. That means you, me, all of us. And when you wear this design on a t-shirt, a hat, even on your favorite drinkware, it's not just fashion, it's a statement. It's a declaration that you understand what most people are too scared to admit. That safety starts with you. You're not just a citizen. You are.
If only somebody had a rape whistle, they all could have been saved. Well, fuck around, find out.
Jeffrey Epstein, the disgraced financier, was a college dropout who managed to amass a fortune that's difficult to explain.
You're disagreeing with your Jewish master Avi? Because he's not pro-Israel enough for you? For real bro, how much did Israel pay you that Jew money? How much they be paying you? BTW, when do you wanna set up the cage match, since I heard you said you'd do it?
I didn't say I'd do it. Like, buddy, here's another thing, too. People in Gaza and Hamas clearly have an interest in spreading anti-Israel propaganda. If food insecurity and starvation was a thing that has been going on for months now, why is it that every single one of these propaganda photos or videos of starving kids, they're all inbred? Like, they literally can't even find somebody who's actually starving. Like, it's just a joke. So, again, I'll believe it when I see it, but, like, it's just nonsense. Numbers on a chart, like, tracking food expenses, that doesn't mean anything. So, yeah, like, if it was so bad, I don't think they'd have to be relying on incest babies to spread this horse shit. Thanks for the donation, though, VegSeps. Mars is good, donated $2. What's up with this incel trend and depressed type nihilism in our society? Why aren't young niggas fucking any bitches? Why are men today such cowardly cucks, but black men are dominating the outside world in a lot of places? Men need to do better, cucked. Yeah, I guess. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Explain, before dying mysteriously in his jail cell in 2019. He wasn't a rapper like P. Diddy, yet he owned 2 private islands, multiple private jets, and homes all over the world. He befriended presidents, princes, scientists, celebrities, businessmen, and billionaires, and was described by prosecutors in 2019 as a man of nearly infinite means. Yet despite years of investigations, no one can say with certainty how he made his money. Bloomberg wrote after his arrest in 2019 that for all his infamy, there are scant details of how he made his money. The FT similarly wrote around the same time that this question has confounded journalists for decades. Given his links to big names and the subsequent allegations against him, there's been major public interest in the life and the wealth of Jeffrey Epstein, along with his crimes and the network of influential enablers that surrounded him. Epstein was born in Brooklyn, the son of a groundskeeper and a stay-at-home mom. He graduated high school and briefly attended Cooper Union and NYU before dropping out of both. After falsely claiming to have a college degree, he briefly taught math and physics at a private high school in New York before being dismissed after 2 years for poor performance. He went on to work for a few years at Bear Stearns, and after being laid off, claimed to be running a money management firm for the ultra-wealthy. His firm's operations were opaque, its client list never disclosed, and its assets never verified. He had only one confirmed client, and everything else is a fog of speculation, secretive offshore companies, whispered blackmail theories, and a social circle that included everyone from US presidents to British royalty. The controversy over Epstein's debt became a hot topic once again.
That is very strange that he'd have that kind of money and only one confirmed client.
Again, when Donald Trump returned to office in January, Trump chose top law enforcement officials like Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, and Kash Patel, who earned much of their political capital by encouraging conspiracy theories about the deep state. Trump himself had implied on multiple occasions that there was information in the Epstein files that would take down his political opponents.
Bill Clinton. Nice guy. Got a lot of problems coming up, in my opinion, with the famous island with Jeffrey Epstein. A lot of problems.
After teasing that a big announcement was in the pipeline, the Department of Justice and FBI finally came out a few weeks ago with an announcement.
And it's funny, every accusation is an admission with Trump.
That there was nothing to see. There was no client list, no one was implicated in the files, and Epstein had taken his own life, contradicting long-held conspiracy theories about the case. When the FBI later released clearly doctored footage from the only functioning camera near Epstein's prison cell the night he died, the MAGA base were enraged that there was a cover-up, and some were possibly disappointed that Kash Patel was such a sloppy video editor. There's a point at which you just have to hire someone in who knows what they're doing. As public pressure mounts and conspiracy theories swirl, one question remains at the heart of the scandal, and that is, how did Jeffrey Epstein really make his money? Sometimes it can be difficult to find time to learn new things, but today's sponsor, Brilliant.org, makes it.
PP Hole donated $3. My goodness. Oh. Oh my God, is he gonna get it? Oh. Like his bum shampooed. Wow. Oh my goodness. Imagine how nice and clean that dog's gonna smell. Oh, wow. Oh, that is a nice, clean dog. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, that's amazing. Oh my God, that's good. Wow. So fresh and clean. What a good baby. Thanks for the donation, PP Hole.
It's easy to learn with quick fun lessons that you can do anywhere right on your phone. Brilliant is an interactive learning app designed to help you not just become a better thinker and problem solver. When federal prosecutors charged Jeffrey Epstein in 2019, they described him as the orchestrator of a vast trafficking operation that exploited hundreds of underage girls. Authorities claim to have gathered a trove of damning evidence that included photographic and video evidence, financial records, and digital files that allegedly pointed to a broader network of enablers and clients. This July, the Department of Justice and FBI released a memo stating that after an exhaustive review of over 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence, they found no incriminating client list and no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. This sudden shift in narrative after years of speculation and public expectation has only deepened suspicion and fueled renewed conspiracy theories. Despite the opacity around the origins of his wealth, the scale of Jeffrey Epstein's fortune was undeniable. A filing in his criminal case pegged his net worth at roughly $560 million, while the New York Times later estimated it at $600 million. His assets included a portfolio of luxury homes, including a $77 million Manhattan townhouse where he was arrested, a $12 million estate in Palm Beach, a $17 million ranch in New Mexico, and an $8.6 million apartment in Paris. His two private islands, Little St. James and Great St. James, were valued at $86 million at the time of his death. He owned 3 private jets, a helicopter, and a fleet of at least 15 vehicles. His most famous plane, dubbed the Lolita Express, was not just an ordinary private jet, it was a Boeing 727-100, which, if kitted out as a commercial jet, would have held 150 passengers. These holdings paint a picture of a man with immense financial power. But was there any clear or credible explanation of how he acquired it? Although Epstein was often described as a billionaire, even prosecutors hesitated to confirm that label. His firm, Financial Trust Company, was based in the US Virgin Islands and never released audited statements or performance data. This lack of transparency, combined with conflicting reports about the size of his staff and losses during the 2008 financial crisis, cast serious doubt on whether his fortune ever reached the scale he claimed. One of the most troubling aspects of the Epstein saga is how long it took for federal charges to be brought against him, despite mounting evidence and dozens of victims. In 2007 and 2008, Epstein faced serious allegations in Florida, but instead of being prosecuted federally, he struck a controversial non-prosecution agreement with then U.S. Attorney Alexander Acosta, who would later serve as Donald Trump's labor secretary. The deal allowed Epstein to plead guilty to lesser state charges of soliciting prostitution, resulting.
Also, the liberation of animals won't happen until the rise Planet of the Apes finally happens for real.
I don't know if that's necessary, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh my goodness, this kitty is still lying down on me. Oh, this is a good cat. Oh, feels so good to cuddle with a kitty. Oh my god. Oh, that's good. You just gotta appreciate the little things, you know? Like cats.
In just 13 months in a county jail, with work release privileges and a requirement to register as an ex-offender. This agreement was kept secret from Epstein's victims, a violation of federal victims' rights laws. At the time, Epstein was represented by a legal dream team that included Alan Dershowitz and Kenneth Starr, both of whom wielded significant political and legal influence. Prosecutors in 2019 were accused by Epstein's lawyers of trying to redo the Miami case when a deal had already been struck. The leniency of the original plea deal, the secrecy surrounding it, and the powerful figures involved have since become central to a wave of conspiracy theories, many of which question whether Epstein was protected by a broader network of elites. Epstein's early career offers the first glimpse into the improbable rise that would later define his life. Born in the Coney Island neighborhood of Brooklyn in 1953 to working-class parents, Epstein dropped out of university without earning a degree. Despite this, he landed a job teaching math and physics at the elite Dalton School in Manhattan in the early 1970s. There, he caught the attention of a parent, Alan Greenberg, the chairman of Bear Stearns, who helped him secure an entry-level position at the investment bank after he lost his teaching job in 1976. Epstein rose rapidly, becoming a partner within 4 years, an unusually fast ascent, especially for someone with no formal financial training. But just 1 year after making partner, his career at Bear Stearns came to an abrupt end. According to the New York Times, Epstein told the SEC during an insider trading investigation that he had been let go for 3 reasons. He had lent money to a friend to buy stock, there were irregularities with his expense account, and there were rumors of an affair with a secretary. Though never charged with wrongdoing, the episode marked the beginning of a pattern. Epstein's ability to gain access to elite institutions and powerful people, often without the credentials or transparency typically required. After leaving Bear Stearns, Epstein launched his own firm, Intercontinental Assets Group.
Booty Cam Donate Tellers debate on veganism.
I like to think there's banana as well.
Is that fucktard that I hate? I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Which claimed to specialize in recovering stolen or embezzled funds. By the late 1980s, he had formed J. Epstein and Company, the investment firm that would become the claimed source of his wealth and elite connections. Epstein announced at the time that he only accepted accounts worth over $1 billion. It's worth noting that there were fewer than 500 billionaires worldwide at the time, making his supposed client base extraordinarily exclusive. In reality, it would appear that Epstein had only one major client, Les Wexner, the billionaire founder of L Brands. For more than a decade, Epstein served as Wexner's personal money manager and advisor, reportedly earning hundreds of millions of dollars in the process. Their relationship was unusually close, so much that Wexner transferred ownership of a $77 million Manhattan mansion to Epstein's Virgin Islands-based company for no recorded payment. According to the New York Times, a 2002 corporate filing revealed that Epstein's asset management firm had just $88 million in shareholder contributions and around 20 employees, far fewer than the 150 claimed in media profiles at the time. The contradictions between Epstein's public image and the limited evidence of his financial operations only deepen the mystery of the true source of his wealth. In 1987, Jeffrey Epstein was hired as a high-paid consultant by Stephen Hoffenberg, then CEO of Towers Financial Corporation, a Manhattan-based debt collection agency that would later be exposed as the operator of one of the largest Ponzi schemes in US history. Hoffenberg paid Epstein $25,000 a month and set him up with an office, describing him as his wingman and closest friend during that period. Together, the two men attempted high-profile corporate takeovers, including failed bids for Pan Am and Emery Air Freight. But behind the scenes, Towers Financial was raising more than $400 million by selling fraudulent bonds and promissory notes to investors. This money was used not to fund legitimate operations, but to pay off earlier investors, cover operating costs, and finance lavish lifestyles, including private jets, luxury homes, and expensive cars. Hoffenberg later claimed that Epstein was the mastermind behind the scheme's financial engineering, describing him as the architect of both the insurance bond fraud and a stock manipulation strategy. Court records and attorneys involved in the case confirmed that Epstein's name appeared on organizational charts and that he held a senior role at the firm. Yet despite his proximity to the fraud,
What's your type of dream cat if you could tame it? I have my dream cat right here. Gummy's my dream kitty. Love my Gum. He's the best kitty. Always so beautiful. Just the right amount of annoying.
Epstein was never charged. This episode is one of the most glaring examples of Epstein's ability to operate in elite financial circles while avoiding legal consequences, even when his business partner was convicted and spent 18 years in prison. While Les Wexner is the only confirmed long-term client of Jeffrey Epstein's, evidence suggests that he had financial dealings with several other wealthy individuals, though the nature and scope of these relationships remains murky. Beyond Wexner, the New York Times reports that Epstein briefly served as co-trustee for Johnson & Johnson heiress Elizabeth Johnson, appearing on deeds for 14 parcels of lands in Dutchess County, New York, before resigning in 1998. Epstein also had ties with Leon Black, the billionaire co-founder of Apollo Global Management. Black is reported to have paid Epstein $158 million in fees, which he claims were for things like tax advice and estate planning. It's somewhat surprising that Jeffrey Epstein, a man with no obvious tax experience, would get hired as a tax advisor by someone like Leon Black, who you would imagine has access to the best tax lawyers in the world. On top of that, tax lawyers don't typically charge $158 million in fees. Now, paying someone for tax advice in no way implicates you for their crimes. I don't tend to shout it from the rooftops that years ago I hired the Boston Strangler to teach me how to play tennis. I had no idea what he was up to in his spare time, and I thought that he got that nickname because he held onto his racket so tightly. The FT reported in 2021 that Leon Black attributes a sizable part of his family wealth to Jeffrey Epstein, saying that as much as $2 billion of his then $8 billion fortune could be traced back to Epstein's financial acumen. Epstein allegedly also served as Mr. Black's advisor on issues like management of his yacht and plane and helped settle a dispute over the ownership of a valuable sculpture. Even after Epstein's 2008 conviction, Black continued the relationship, later justifying it as a belief in second chances. In October 2020, after new revelations of Mr. Black's payments to Epstein prompted a number of pension funds to freeze further investments with Apollo, Black hired a law firm to investigate his behavior. They found that he had done nothing wrong. Mr. Black has characterized himself as someone who believes in giving people second chances, according to the lawyer's report. That's in keeping with other relationships Mr. Black has maintained with convicted criminals like Martha Stewart, a known associate of Snoop Dogg's, who was convicted in 2004 of a somewhat less serious crime than Epstein was, where she was convicted of conspiracy, obstruction, and 2 counts of lying to federal investigators about a stock trade. According to CNN, in 2023, Leon Black agreed to pay the Virgin Islands government $62.5 million, and in exchange, the government released Black from any current and future legal claims related to Jeffrey Epstein. According to a 2019 Vanity Fair article by William Cohen, Epstein's relationship with the hedge fund manager Glenn Dubin is a case study in how Epstein's social life interacted with his business. Cohen explains in the article that the two men were first introduced by Dubin's wife, a former Miss Sweden, and ex-girlfriend of Epstein's. Despite this awkward history, Epstein became deeply embedded in the Dubin family's life, reportedly even serving as godfather to their children, a claim that Dubin's representatives later denied. This friendship later translated into financial ties. Epstein allegedly received a fee for helping broker the sale of Dubin's hedge fund to JP Morgan Chase and invested hundreds of millions of dollars in funds run by Dubin's proteges. These transactions show how Epstein leveraged personal relationships to gain financial access and legitimacy, often without scrutiny of his background or the origins of his wealth. The article suggests that Epstein's social credibility allowed him to operate in elite financial circles despite the mystery about his wealth. Dubin's role in introducing Epstein to other fund managers and the subsequent large investments Epstein made in their funds show how Epstein's social network directly facilitated his financial dealings. Yet when Epstein's crimes resurfaced in 2019, the Dubins allegedly distanced themselves from him, claiming ignorance of his crimes. Epstein's name also appears in connection with a small emissions control company called Environmental Solutions Worldwide, in which he invested alongside individuals close to Leon Black. This company was the only one for which Epstein's firm ever filed an SEC disclosure. These scattered and often informal relationships, many involving vast sums of money but little documentation, underscore the mystery of Epstein's financial life. He operated in elite financial circles, moved hundreds of millions of dollars, and advised billionaires, all while leaving behind almost no public record. In 2019, Les Wexner accused Jeffrey Epstein of misappropriating more than $46 million while managing his personal finances. In a letter to members of his charitable foundation, Wexner disclosed that he had recovered some of the funds and had severed ties with Epstein in 2007, around the time that Epstein first faced allegations in Florida. Wexner had granted Epstein sweeping financial authority, including power of attorney over his assets. That same year, a lawsuit filed against Epstein's estate alleged that he had used underage women not only for abuse, but also as a means to ingratiate himself with powerful individuals so that he could gather compromising information for blackmail. These accusations suggest that a portion of Epstein's fortune may have been built not only on financial misconduct, but also on the strategic exploitation of his business associates.
Like, it's plausible. It's just weird that he was thrown so much fucking money. And there's so little documentation. It just seems like there's so many, like, under-the-table backroom deals.
Epstein's scandal has evolved far beyond the realm of documented facts. Andrew Prokop at Vox writes that it's become the mother of all conspiracy theories because it is something to captivate just about every political subculture. For some, he writes, it's a Me Too story of unchecked abuse by powerful man. For others, a MAGA-fueled tale of liberal elites' depravity. The resistance sees it as a potential Trump scandal, while those suspicious of the deep state fixate on cover-ups and the possible involvement of intelligence agencies. Anti-Semites focus on Epstein's Jewish identity. The scandal's ambiguity and the elite circles Epstein moved in have made it fertile ground for conspiracy theories of every ideological stripe. MAGA loyalists have shown a remarkable ability to compartmentalize this scandal, obsessing over Epstein's ties to Democrats while ignoring Donald Trump's well-documented 15-year-long friendship with him. Trump's appointment of loyalists like Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino to top law enforcement roles only intensifies the speculation. Their attempts to steer the narrative seem to have backfired on them, fueling outrage from the conservative base and internal finger-pointing. Democrats have their own awkward history with Epstein. Bill Clinton's post-presidency friendship with Epstein, including multiple flights on his private jet, became a liability the moment the allegations first surfaced in the late 2000s. At the time, Hillary Clinton was viewed as the party's future, so there was no desire to dwell on the Epstein scandal. It wasn't until Trump's team mishandled the scandal with their awkward attempts to change the subject that Democrats began to engage, as they could now see the Epstein scandal as a Trump scandal. It has now resulted in a frenzy of interest that Trump hasn't been able to escape. Among the more shadowy conspiracy theories is the claim that Epstein was connected to Israeli intelligence.
I think that's just nonsense. Camus donated $3. Let me see.
Your little pussy belongs to me. And you're gonna learn to do what I fucking tell you to.
Alright, well, thanks for the warning. Appreciate the donation, Camus.
These allegations gained renewed interest in 2023 when the formerly conservative commentator Tucker Carlson, who became radicalized last year while visiting a Russian supermarket, began publicly speculating about a Mossad Epstein
Would I ever visit the Cat Island in Japan? Probably not.
Connection during a speech to Turning Point USA, claiming that every single person in Washington, D.C. believes that theory. The theory suggests that Epstein may have operated a blackmail scheme on behalf of Israeli intelligence, using underage women to entrap powerful individuals. A 2021 Rolling Stone article cited Stephen Hoffenberg, Epstein's former business associate and convicted Ponzi schemer, who claimed Epstein had ties to intelligence circles. While no concrete evidence has emerged to support these claims, their persistence underscores the vacuum of transparency that continues to surround Epstein's life and death. One of the most persistent claims about Jeffrey Epstein is that he secretly recorded his guests in the private rooms of his house. In a 2019 interview, one of his victims said that she had seen hidden cameras in the guest bedrooms and bathrooms of his Manhattan townhouse, with live feeds being monitored by staff in a dedicated surveillance room. These allegations have fueled speculation that Epstein used surveillance footage to gather compromising material on powerful individuals, possibly for leverage or blackmail. When Trump's law enforcement appointees, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino, announced that they were reviewing all available evidence, including digital files and surveillance footage, it briefly raised hopes that long-sought answers might emerge. But their abrupt reversal, declaring that there was nothing to see, only deepened public suspicion and intensified theories of a cover-up. The Epstein files are allegedly made up of over 300 gigabytes of data, paper, video, and photographs, and audio. Pam Bondi publicly stated that she was reviewing these files in February, just 17 days after her confirmation as Attorney General. That's quite a lot of video footage to go through, but it would appear that she did this, as a few days ago she was supposed to speak at a summit against human trafficking, where unfortunately this announcement was made.
I do have a note from the Attorney General, from Attorney General Pam Bondi, that I wanted to share. I'm sorry to miss all of my CPAC friends today. Unfortunately, I'm recovering from a recently torn cornea, which is preventing me from being with you.
Now, I don't know what caused this reported eye damage, but I feel that if I spent the last 6 months reviewing bathroom camera footage from Epstein's house, where Trump was frequently a guest, I think I would damage my eyes too. Based on the horrified expression on Kash Patel's face, it would appear that he's been going through the footage too. The horrors that that man must have seen. For almost 20 years, beginning in the late 1980s, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein maintained a close friendship. They were regulars at each other's homes, Epstein at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club and Trump at Epstein's Manhattan mansion. It's no surprise to hear that Trump's name turns up in any investigation of Epstein simply because they spend so much time together.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my Fifth, Sixth, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
The Wall Street Journal has reported that Attorney General Pam Bondi warned Trump back in May that his name was in the files multiple times. But who knows? If Epstein did keep a list, maybe he kept multiple lists. There might be a really bad list filled with 1970s children's entertainers who did terrible things, and then maybe a list titled People Who Are Really Into MILFs with Trump and Macron's name on it. Who knows? In a 2002 interview with New York Magazine that Trump likely regrets today, Trump famously said, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." Epstein reportedly believed himself to be Trump's closest friend and claims that he introduced Trump to his most recent wife. According to the Washington Post, their friendship soured in 2004 over a Palm Beach real estate deal. Both men were competing to buy a property in Palm Beach, which Epstein wanted to live in, while Trump wanted to fix it up and resell it. Epstein at first had the upper hand, as the seller liked that he would keep it as it was. They didn't like that Trump would bedazzle it with gold ornaments and make it tacky like his other properties. According to the Washington Post, on the day of the auction, Epstein's attorney tried to disqualify Trump from bidding, telling
DD donated $2. Let me see.
And if there is food left, it's $100 for a bag of flour.
$100 for one bag of flour. Then who do you blame for it? Is the IDF selling bags of flours or humanitarian aids to the Gazans? No. They give it to them for free with the distribution aid centers. But who does? That's right. Hamas. Hamas sells it for ridiculous prices so they can keep their operation going. If you want to blame anybody for not having food, blame Hamas. Blame Hamas for invading Israel on October.
Yeah, it's probably how they're making money to recruit dumbasses to fight against Israel. The Taliban did the same thing. They were selling meth and heroin so that they could make money to recruit more fighters to fight the Americans. So Hamas is probably doing the same racket where they're stealing aid and then selling it for exorbitant prices so that they can pay people to fight against Israel. So yeah, it's probably all that's really going on. Thanks for the donation, Didi.
The auctioneer that Trump didn't meet the requirements of a bankruptcy auction, as he would only buy the property with title insurance, which this property wouldn't be sold with. Epstein and his lawyer, it appears, were unaware that Trump was listening in on speakerphone. Trump eventually won the auction, paying $41 million for the property. According to the records, Trump left 2 messages for Epstein later that month, and that was their last proven contact. Trump has since claimed, without providing detail or proof, that he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. Epstein had never been a member of Mar-a-Lago. He had always just been there as a guest of Trump's. Epstein's brother, Mark, on the other hand, has offered a different version of events. Mark Epstein claims that in an unaired interview conducted by Steve Bannon in 2019, Jeffrey Epstein said that he distanced himself from Trump after realizing that Trump was a crook. Mark Epstein allegedly viewed the clip online before the link to it expired, and he said that his brother had forwarded it to him shortly before his death. These conflicting accounts, Trump's vague claims of a falling out, and Epstein's alleged private remarks have only added to the intrigue and the conspiracy theories. Their relationship, once openly friendly, now sits at the center of competing narratives, each shaped by political expediency and the enduring mystery of Epstein's influence. So was Epstein a good investor? Well, his investment record, at least the parts that are public, reveals a mix of sharp bets, catastrophic losses, and the occasional eyebrow-raising real estate deal. On the losing side, Epstein owned Bear Stearns stock for decades after working there and remained heavily invested in it until it collapsed in 2008. According to a lawsuit he later filed, he held around 176,000 shares, worth nearly $18 million in August 2007. He sold 56,000 shares at $101 in 2007, but as the firm collapsed in March 2008, he offloaded the remaining 120,000 shares in a fire sale, 20,000 at $35 and the rest at just $3.04. He lost the even greater sum of $50 million in one of Bear's funds that invested in credit derivatives and collapsed in 2007, marking the start of the global financial crisis. Then there's the curious case of the Manhattan real estate discount. In 2011, Epstein sold a property adjacent to his infamous townhouse to Cantor Fitzgerald CEO Howard Lutnick at a 65% discount to what he had paid for it just 2 years earlier. This is especially surprising as New York real estate prices rose 6% over that holding period.
This is super weird. Like, there is backroom deals going on here. This is super shady.
Lutnick famously held a fundraiser for Hillary Clinton at that home in 2015 when she was running against Donald Trump. While Lutnick denies any personal relationship with Epstein, the deal has prompted speculation. After all, it's not every day that someone picks up prime Manhattan real estate at clearance sale prices. On the winning side of the ledger, Epstein made a lucrative investment in Valar Ventures, a fund co-founded by Peter Thiel. The fund, which focuses on early-stage financial companies, has returned an average of 15.5% per year over the last decade. Epstein's stake, acquired around 2015 or 2016, has since grown to be worth around $170 million, making it the largest remaining asset in his estate. The investment had not been publicly disclosed until recently, adding yet another layer of mystery to Epstein's financial dealings. So where did all of the money go? Well, just 2 days before his death, Jeffrey Epstein signed a document transferring all of his assets into a private entity known as the 1953 Trust, named presumably after the year of his birth. This move ensured that the identities of his beneficiaries and the distribution of his wealth would remain shielded from public view. For Epstein's victims, it created a legal labyrinth. Accessing financial disclosures required court approval. Over time, the trust absorbed everything: properties, cash, investments, and valuables. More than $164 million has since been paid out to victims through a compensation fund financed in part by the sale of Epstein's properties, including the islands, the Manhattan townhouse, and his plane. But those settlements all came with strings attached. Recipients were required to sign broad releases, waiving their right to bring future claims against the estate or individuals connected to it. The remaining assets, estimated to exceed $200 million, are likely to benefit a much smaller circle. The only known beneficiaries of the trust are a former girlfriend of Epstein's and 2 of his longtime advisors, who also serve as co-executors of the estate. According to a confidential financial document reviewed by the New York Times, Epstein intended for $19 million in personal loans that he had made to be forgiven, including loans to entities closely associated with the beneficiaries of his trust. The value of the estate has fluctuated over the years. At one point, an executor predicted that it would shrink to under $40 million after claims were paid out, but a $111.6 million tax refund from the IRS in late 2024 dramatically changed the picture. I guess maybe Epstein was better with taxes than I had thought. As of March this year, the estate reported assets of $131 million, including $50 million in cash. This figure, however, doesn't reflect the current value of Epstein's investment in Peter Thiel's fintech fund, which is being recorded at its cost basis and remains locked up due to venture capital restrictions. That investment alone is estimated to be worth $170 million, making it the estate's largest remaining asset. One major federal civil lawsuit against the estate remains pending, filed on behalf of victims who haven't yet settled with the estate. Once resolved, any remaining funds will be distributed according to the terms of Epstein's will, terms that remain sealed within the 1953 Trust. The true source of Jeffrey Epstein's wealth is as shrouded in secrecy in death as it was in life. Despite years of investigations, lawsuits, and media scrutiny, the financial machinery that powered his lifestyle remains largely unaccounted for, hidden behind legal agreements, secretive trusts, and a network of powerful associates. The recent rumors that Donald Trump might even pardon Ghislaine Maxwell have only added fuel to the fire, suggesting that the scandals surrounding Jeffrey Epstein are far from exhausted, with key figures still staying silent, documents still sealed, and new headlines emerging every day. The conspiracy theories surrounding Jeffrey Epstein are unlikely to fade. If anything, they've likely become a permanent feature of the overall scandal, filling the void left by unanswered questions and institutional failures. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on the Trump-Musk blow-up.
Yeah, that is super weird. There's definitely strange cover-ups going on. Especially him selling that what was it? The townhouse for 65% of what it's actually worth? Really, really strange.
You're watching Dr.
Way to beat myself up. It's a way to grow in a way that I'm actually creating those stretch adaptations as I train.
The way I explain it to everyone is that the reason why you're the one in the world I want to train with more than anyone else is because you're the only big guy who uses optimal training, who does the slow eccentric, the deep stretches. You prove the skinny scientists right, and you prove all the meatheads wrong.
I don't have one at this gym, so I use this half foam roller when I'm here. And for my motor,
And he's also got on the squat.
I also have the squat shoes. And then I've got yoga blocks underneath the lower back. These do two things. One is put me more horizontal, so you can see I'm almost, if you were to draw a line from my shoulders to my hips, I'm pretty much horizontal to the ground, like basically parallel to the ground. So that's going to allow me to take a lot of pressure off the lower back. So as I descend here and pull my butt down using these, if I'm up here and I'm hinged forward, I am not going to be able to get the same range of motion. And here, push me down. Where this leg out with comfy here is about twice as much. As I descend, I try to, let's go. Stretch, stretch, stretch. You know, 12, 13 plays. Your last squat. Yes. Okay, a little bit more before you kick out. So slow. Slow rock.
It's interesting. It's like a sissy squat.
Push, push, push. Now slow on the back.
I can't do these. I don't have enough mobility in my left knee. I got a cat here.
Back.
Alright, I'm fucking dying. I've been awake for quite a while. And after training and everything, I'm just zonked. Oh, cat. I was planning on playing some games, but I'm just too fucking tired. So, I'm gonna have to poop later rather than tonight on stream, so... You know, such and such, so forth. But I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. I should be streaming around the same time tomorrow night, so I'll see you all then. Big thanks to... Did I already say that? Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. And I'll see you all tomorrow night. So... Go fuck yourselves. And sweet dreams.